Man, that's a good song.
Because on this day,
In 1959, Bob Stinson, guitarist for Bob Stinson, guitarist from American rock band The Replacements. Now, I looked into Bob. Bob has a sad story.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think that's why I asked the name. It rings a bell in there somewhere.
He kind of got kicked out of the band.
Yeah.
And then never played music again. Was a cook at a hotel.
Well, it's an honest work.
Well, but part of the reason he got kicked out of the band is he had a horrible drug problem.
Well, then no wonder he went to be a cook at a hotel.
And he died not of an overdose, but he had done so much damage to his organs, they just gave out on him.
Oh, boy, don't I know how that feels.
They did an autopsy, and they said, no, it was originally reported he overdosed. He did not overdose, but he, over a period of years...
Gina, it's not that unusual. It's not that unusual.
To kill
Talk
your
to my
organs
doctor.
slowly.
Talk to my doctor. I'm shutting down piece by piece here.
We're losing Bill a little at a time.
Yeah, There's there just went a little liver, a little bit of kidney. It's like little switches going off. You can kind of tell.
And you're done with that.
Yeah.
Well, indeed.
You don't need this anymore.
Now, it's interesting you say that you like that song, because I remember the last time we played it, you hated that song. And I
don't
couldn't
recall
figure
that.
I couldn't figure out why that song drew your ire for some reason. I was like, whatever.
I'm not sure why it would have.
Tossed it aside. So when we played this one, I thought, well, I can't wait to hear the
Bill hates it.
Bill hates it. And then it's going, oh, what a great song. And I'm like, well, okay.
I
I
don't
guess
recall
it's just
ever
your
hating
mood.
that song.
Yeah, you went off about how the Replacements were not great and overrated, and that song, and I just went.
I'd have to have some sort of proof of
That's
that.
it. I just
roll
that's
back
why
the tape.
that's why I remember it, because it seems so strange to me.
I've never had any great feelings about the Replacements one way or another.
Well, okay.
So that's the On This Day.
And
On
the
this
name of the song is?
Can't Hardly Wait.
I thought it was very nice.
Oh,
And
what's
that's coming from somebody who effing hates the Replacements, apparently. So
Like
it
I
must
said,
be a good song.
I distinctly remember. I'm like, I don't know why Bill's decided to pick on the Replacements today. It seems like a perfectly harmless song, but okay, maybe he's in a mood. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it was my liver speaking.
Maybe.
And now it's gone, so it
Yeah,
can't
so-
speak anymore.
Can't speak for me anymore. Ah, jeez. Hi.
Hi.
I had my beef brisket last night.
How'd that work out?
Good. I thought it was excellent, as a matter of fact. Beef brisket and potato pancake, latkes, essentially, which my wife made in a new way, and they were essentially just little nests of hash brown potatoes, which was really
That
actually
sounds
quite
great.
yeah, it was quite tasty. And beef brisket that I had in the oven for about 3.5, 4 hours, and it was just delicious. Delicious.
What'd you do to it?
I don't know. I just found a recipe. It says Chinooka beef brisket. That's how you say it, isn't it? Chinooka?
I don't know.
For the Jewish holiday Chinooka. That's apparently how Smokey Robinson.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Oh, that
Poor
was a
Smokey.
cameo thing.
Yeah.
That was somebody paid him to
Somebody
wish
paid
their
it.
mom happy Hanukkah or
Yeah.
something. And
Yeah, and he is that one of our listeners? I think it is one of our listeners sent that. But get to Smokey Robinson to wish happy Hanukkah to my mother, because they grew up on the same street. So there's Smokey Robinson looking like he's been in quarantine for a long time, wishing the mother. He said, I'm going to wish you a happy Chanukah. I don't know what that is, but it says here, Smokey, it says here I should wish her a happy Chanukah. So happy Chanukah, and I hope you're all well.
and again, doesn't Smokey Robinson have enough money that he doesn't have to do cameos for $100 a
I
bob.
think people do it a lot of times just for fun. I mean, Penn Jillette does them. I think they just do it. They do it as they think it's fun and it's a nice thing to do for their fans.
And they miss interacting with people, I think is maybe what
Could be
some
as
of it
that
is.
as well.
Could
yeah.
be.
Yeah. So, happy Chinooka, and my Chinooka beef brisket was delicious. It's funny, though. You would think, and I think, is this really true, Smokey? I guess it could be Smokey Robinson has never seen the word somehow written down and associated it with Hanukkah. Now, if somebody says to Smokey, that's Hanukkah, he'd go, oh, yep,
Now that I know.
of
Well,
course.
Hanukkah's written out different ways.
Yeah, they're spelled different ways, but basically it all comes out
It all
Chanukah.
comes out.
Chanukah.
At least put forth the effort to try to a little.
Yeah, Hanukkah. Little Hanukkah.
Well, and Smokey looks like he's had so many facelifts he can't close his eyes anymore. That could have something to do with it.
That might be it, yeah. So anyway, hi.
All right.
I'm sorry about the replacements. If I came down on the replacements at one time, I apologize. I must have. I don't
You
know.
were
I
having
must
a day, maybe.
Well, I nearly withdrew it after I said, "Oh, put Can't Hardly Wait in there," and then I thought, "Oh no, that's bad choice."
It worked out just fine.
found myself enjoying it, but maybe I was just having, a spell of some sort. So I guess we ought to get the show underway officially.
Yes.
That would be the thing to do. Call and check in with us.
Yeah.
877-602-9696. That's the number to call us, and whatever you want to, however you want to check in.
You're running out of days to check in this year because
Sounds
we're-
ominous.
we're today and tomorrow, and then next Monday, Tuesday is the Road Home Mediathon, and then that's it.
Yeah.
Till
And we
after
may
New
or may
Year's.
not have time for check-ins on those 2 days.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
depending on our guests and all that.
So after Monday and Tuesday, and then I check into the and then we take some time off. Anyway, 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. We'd love to hear from you.
Mm-hmm. All right. Now we need to go to Brenna Brown at BuiltBar.com.
Oh, I got mine. I got my Built Bar right here. This morning I'm having mint brownie.
I had one of those yesterday.
They're so delicious, aren't they? What did you guys think when you guys first tried them? I'm curious.
I was really surprised at how I'd heard about them. Built Bar, of course, a protein bar right here in Utah. American Fork is where they're made, and I'd heard about them, and I thought, well, they can't be that good. Well, they are that good. They're delicious.
They really are.
Oh, good. I know. What is your guys' favorite flavor?
Peanut butter for me.
I like anything with coconut. I like the one that tastes like the Almond Joy.
I like
I
the
know.
toffee one.
Butter has my heart.
Coffee one's good. Yeah.
Now this all sounds like we're talking about candy bars with mint chocolate and toffee, but they're not candy bars. They're protein bars.
That's right. Also, Built Bar's got something else going on, too, and I haven't tried it yet, but you sent me some of this. The Built Bar drink mix, the Immune Plus. Tell us about that quickly.
Yes, the Immune Plus is a great spin-off. Your typical airborne or emergency, except this, like Built Bar, they taste great and are packed with your daily vitamins for the day. So I know everyone's, health conscious with their immunity right now. This comes with 1100 milligrams of vitamin C. Zinc has 11. It has echinacea in it, for that immunity boost and protection, and 0 calories. So you don't have to drink your calories, but it tastes great. It is just a great way to get in your daily vitamins in a quick little drink mix.
I'm going to try some today, Brenna. So the deal is still, if you go to BuiltBar.com, make an order of the Immunity Plus or the bars, the Built Bars. Use the code X20 at checkout. You'll get some amazing deals. We'll talk to you again, Brenna.
All right. Thanks for having me. Good morning.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, 2020, you've been nothing but an absolute joy to
Did you have some emails of interest?
I
you
have an
wanted to-
email of interest here. I think it's of great interest. It says it's an email of interest right in the
Well,
subject line.
now, see, that's the problem that I have with it is that the writer has determined it's of interest, and we are the ones who determine if it is of interest.
I looked through. I think it is.
Okay. Email of interest.
And it came to us via Radio from Hell at x96.com. Anyone can send us an email of interest. There's another one here. It's not so interesting, but this one, an email of interest. It says, Dear, good morning, lords and ladies. Given these silly times, I've taken it upon myself to take Bill's advice of turning to the Great British Baking Show for solace, and I can't recommend it more. I also couldn't help but find correlations of my unknowing best friends, Radio from Hell, with the show, Great British Baking Show. So there are correlations. First one, number one, Bill. Bill equals Paul Hollywood. Not much of a surprise there, but all candidates are clearly over the moon with the guy. You see why it's an email of interest, of course. Any hint of approval, especially the Paul Hollywood handshake, is very reminiscent of Bill's Once Upon a Time. I'll give you a hearty handshake, a firm handshake. Bring candidates and viewers alike to tears. We all just want Bill to accept us, and it's a high bar. Number two, Gina equals Prue. Now, Prue is the lovely older woman who's Paul Hollywood's co-host and baker.
Judge.
Okay.
Yeah. Prue, obviously, she urges the candidates on, encourages them to reach their highest potential, but will still question certain missteps. She smooths out Paul's rough edges when she feels that the candidate is upset and just makes everything okay. Gina makes everything feel okay, but is not hesitant to step in when something isn't right. Just like
That's
Prue.
nice.
And number three, Carrie, equals Noel. He keeps everything moving. He cuts in at exactly the right time and keeps everyone's morale up. He's clearly an improv pro and lets no innuendo be unaddressed. Carrie is an absolute genius, it says here. I've been listening to Radio from Hell addictively since 1998, and I cannot imagine life without you guys.
Oh,
Love, Tawny.
Nice.
that's nice.
Email of interest. Thank you, Tawny. All right. Okay, it is 6:20. Let's get this over with.
We'll officially begin the show at 877-602-9696. That's the number to call and check in right after we, do the official opening and all of that, which I'm looking for right this minute and stalling a little bit.
Well, I can read
there
the
it is.
sponsor. I can
found
do
it.
that while you're...
All right.
Young Mazda leased the new 2021 Mazda CX-5 Sport all-wheel drive for only $245 per month. See their selection at youngmazdautah.com. Young Mazda, think young, drive young, offer OAC.
The moon is on its waxing. It means it's moving toward fullness rather than waning. It's 10.7% of full right now. The moon will rise today at 10:43 a.m., today being Wednesday. It's the 16th day of December in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is day 261 of our pandemic panic broadcasts as we wear our pajamas and broadcast from home. You can see us at x96.com/live. We're actually not wearing pajamas. We're dressed.
Mine are kind of pajamas.
Actually, I'm wearing kind of pajama bottoms, but you don't need to know that. 36 days left until the Biden-Harris administration, and this is the morning show that's ready to step up this Christmas, and it's also the only morning show. Let's see, I think I gave you the wrong dates. Did I do 262 and 35? That's what it is. 262 days of the broadcast. Is that what I said originally? Okay. This is the only morning show in Utah whose hosts speak kangaroo.
Ooh.
We are all learning the Roo language. Did you see that story?
No, I didn't.
There's a story in the news today that kangaroos can learn to communicate and are learning to communicate with human beings. So I think it's incumbent upon us to learn how to speak Roo, because our audience needs to grow, and I think we need to move into the kangaroo
Do
population.
the ratings
Well-
count, kangaroo listeners? Do they count?
If I have anything to say about it, they will.
Well, I've learned some very basic Roo. I can ask where the bathroom is. That's about it.
That's the loo, Carrie.
The first thing,
But the answer in kangaroo is everywhere. So
the first thing I learned in kangaroo is do you mind if I hitch a ride? That's what I've learned to ask them, and they say, hop in the pouch and let's go. This is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi, or as she's known in Roo, Joey Barberi.
Aw.
Katie, for short, is the producer of the show. She's there in the studio in Salt Lake. And Miriam and Skip are helping out. It's National Bake Cookies Day and National Roast Suckling Pig Day.
haven't had a suckling pig in so long.
I haven't had pig since Laura Jones' wedding.
Wow.
That's how long ago.
What?
Yeah, Laura
I don't
Jones'
remember
wedding,
suckling
when she married, I can't think of his name right now, the musician. We went to the wedding, and they had buried pig in a big pit full of hot coals, and they dug it out and served as pork, and it was delicious.
All right. Well, let's get things going. Let's start with Scott. Hi, Scott.
Good morning, Scott.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good. Thanks for checking in with us. What's up with you today?
Well, I was thrilled to hear Can't Hardly Wait by the Replacements this morning, but I was just calling to point out that Bob Stinson was actually no longer with the Replacements when they recorded that song.
Oh, really?
So
Damn.
I was going to ask that you make it right by playing I Will Dare sometime this morning by the Replacements.
Well, how about tomorrow?
Or maybe Carrie can throw it on a little bit of it for you right now. How
Here,
about
let me
Okay,
dig
that would
up.
be great.
What's the name of the song again?
I will.
I
Dare.
Will Dare.
I Will Dare. All right. This is, of course, against my better judgment because apparently I hate the Replacements.
Maybe it's I Will
Yeah.
Dare that you hate.
Well,
Maybe you're going to hear it and go,
That's it. Oh, no, I like this song. I remember this song.
so you must be be a big Replacements fan if you know when he was with the band and not with the band and what song he was on. And
I'm a bigger fan, and they've had a couple reissues recently, so I've been reading up a bit. And I'm a huge Paul Westerberg fan. A lot of his solo work too.
Are you upset with me because I expressed hatred for the Replacements at one time?
I was a little bothered and concerned about triggering you with this call, but that's being a good success.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks for checking in with us.
and I do like
You're
this
welcome.
song.
Yeah, I do too.
All right.
Very nice.
Let's go then, now that we've got that taken care of, to Dr. Jensen.
Good morning, Doctor.
Dr. Jensen.
Good morning.
Hi there.
What can we do for you today?
Well, I'm just in a great mood and just want to spread it around. We're going into the last day of work before the end of the year, and so just in a great mood and happy about that.
Good. What kind of doctoring do you do?
I work on teeth. I've been known to drill on teeth every once in a while, so.
Now, I heard somebody say the other day on another radio station when they were discussing whether Dr. Jill Biden should be called doctor or not, and somebody said, "Well, what about dentists? You don't call them doctors, do you?"
Sure you do.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
I thought,
She is a doctor. She has earned that.
Of course
and
she's a doctor.
Yeah.
I would love to shake her hand.
But you're just a dentist. You're not a doctor.
I'm just a knuckle dragging dentist.
Aw.
Well, I'm glad you're in a good mood and have a happy holiday. I'm glad one final day of work here, and then you get a break. So we'll talk
You
to
guys
you.
as well. Thanks so much.
Yeah,
Thanks,
talk to
Dr.
you next
Jensen.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
and,
whole, huh? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, our friend Meg, the manager, texted in, and she said, "I'm never checking in live." Yeah, and I do recall we always have that problem with her phone having a delay on it.
It's just because she's in that weird place in the canyons, and
Yeah.
it's a combination of us being at home and it coming from space, and
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, we can't
But
quite.
I'll pass along for her though. Please don't go to your local pharmacy and yell at them for the vaccine.
Boy, that really is a delay. You said that way yesterday, Meg. You
they
said that yesterday, and we're just getting it now, apparently.
They can't do anything for
Yeah.
you right now. When you can get it, you will be notified that it's your time. But don't go yell at them.
I think she made a tactical error, even admitting that they had the vaccine.
yeah. I was yeah.
Oh,
this
it's
should-
everywhere. It's all
It's,
in the
it's
news.
common knowledge that
Yeah.
pharmacies have it.
Yeah,
Well,
they
I
have
don't-
to store it because they have the proper refrigeration system.
Gina, it is not everywhere. I went into the Maverick yesterday, demanded the vaccine.
Maverick.
They said, "What? We don't have the vaccine here at the Maverick." What do you-
We're working on a drink called the vaccine. It's a high-powered energy, a lot of caffeine, but it's not available yet. We're experimenting in the Maverick kitchen science
We're adventure's first stop, man.
for the vaccine. A new drink coming your way. Okay,
Is that it for check-ins?
that's
Anybody
good
else?
enough. That's
Okay.
good enough.
All right.
That's a good place to be. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, crash SR-73 8th West. This is at Pioneer Crossing. Eastbound right lane is blocked there. Got a crash eastbound I-80. This is east of Kimball Junction in Summit County. Left shoulder being affected there. Crash westbound I-80. This is out in Tooele, about 7 miles east of Knowles. It is off to the right shoulder. And what do you see? If it's safe for you to text it to us, you do that at 33986. Weather not affecting traffic so far this morning, but that may be an issue a little bit later on. Save up to $120 off Yokohama, Continental, and Goodyear tires with financing available only at your local Big O Tires, the team you trust.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back with big boy news, geek news, all in the same break. Hopefully I will have everything repaired on my side so we can do geek news coming up. But we are, because it's a low-tech proposition, Beat Gina is coming up.
There's not much required of
It's
that.
a
Not much is
low-tech proposition. I like
Low-tech.
that.
And it is Simpsons Trivia Christmas Edition.
Oh, okay.
So any Christmas episode of The Simpsons will be included in this trivia
There are
because
many.
It premiered on this day in 1989.
There are many Christmas episodes of The Simpsons.
All right, so be ready for that. Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
I don't know if there are any Christmas plumbing incidents with Scott. There probably are.
Probably. I'm sure there are.
Yeah. Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Listen, if you're feeling the chill, and it's getting a lot colder, as you have noticed, and maybe, well, it's as cold as hail out there. Gotta say it for
you
Scott
should
Hale.
get your furnace just a checkup, because maybe you think it's fine. You don't want to find out it's not fine when it's the middle of the night and it goes out and it's very cold outside. Have it checked before that happens.
They'll tune it up too, and get it working in top condition. Scott Hale will. $39 for a furnace tune-up right now from Scott Hale. Also, you get $500 off a new full system furnace and air conditioning unit if you need that, and $100 off any $300 repair. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Give Scott Hale a call, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
I was reading one of those woman magazines,
One of your women magazines?
like your
Ms., your Red Book?
no,
Ladies' Home Journal,
no, like Glamour or
okay.
Allure or one of those,
Mary Claire.
and not tongue in cheek, because a lot of times they have helpful tips in there on how to host a cocktail party.
Mm-hmm.
They had an article about tips on using weed at parties.
Using weed at parties.
Is it like etiquette? This is weed etiquette.
Yeah.
Like, is it proper etiquette to bring weed as a hostess gift?
Depends on whose party
Depends
you're
on
going
what-
to.
exactly.
But I mean, this is an art. They wrote it just like,
Yeah.
do you bring a bottle of wine to your hostess gift? If you bring weed, how do you go about? Do you smoke it inside? Do you go out on the porch? Do you offer some to other? If somebody else has brought it, what's the proper way to ask?
Are these articles written for people who have no common sense?
Yeah.
The point is that the point is exactly what the point that Drop's making is.
Is that back in the 50s, it was, you'll
And now
you'll
it's
go
like,
on a killing spree, and now it's don't smoke in the park.
or don't smoke in the house, take it outside. And this is alongside pictures of women in black cocktail dress. They're not hippies with dreadlocks. It's your typical cocktail party.
Which is ridiculous.
You don't think people in black evening gowns are smoking?
No, I resent the fact that the middle class and the upper class has co-opted marijuana. It should be just the hippies, the patchouli oil wearing, dreadlock hippies, the tie-dye crowd.
It was just interesting that it was just presented in a.
Yeah, but the way you describe the article too, it's just I'm still fixated on the fact that it's apparently written for morons.
Well,
it's just like what?
But the type of people that read those kind of magazines
Are morons?
Maybe haven't encountered that before. I don't know.
Have not encountered common sense.
Well, the point is, the word I will take from you is common. It is now common. That's why it's appearing in magazines.
No, I see. I get that. That's an interesting part of it. But if it were about booze, it would also be for idiots.
Mm-hmm.
It's an article for an idiot. God,
They're not. Why does this make you? I just thought it was interesting. It wasn't the New Yorker. It's a dumb woman's magazine.
Yeah, I know. It's I
get makeup tips out of it. That's what I'm going to that magazine for, not an in-depth article on pot etiquette.
You're listening to All Things Considered Dull and Pretentious on NPR. I'm your host, Lyman Pettigrew. You may refer to me as Lyman Pettigrew. Our next program is funded by a grant from the Lyman Pettigrew Foundation. Every Thursday, we like to take a look at children's book reviewer, Mongo. We call it Today, Mongo will be reviewing the timeless classic Runaway Bunny by Margaret Wise Brown, illustrated by Clement Hurd.
Mongo, Runaway Bunny.
Is that all, Mongo?
No, much more. Runaway Bunny bad. Make Mama Bunny chase after him. Bad Bunny. If Mongo run away from Mama, Mama bonk Mongo on the head. Bad Mongo, bonk bonk. Mongo also hate Runaway Bunny because no color pictures on pages. Mongo like pretty pictures. Mongo hate words.
This has been Children's
Wait,
Book...
Mongo not finished. Bad character development in Runaway Bunny. Mongo not care when Bunny run away. What motivate Bunny? What compelling reason turn page? Plus, Mongo thinks something kinky going on with Margaret Wise Brown and Clement Hurd. Bad book. Very bad.
Now this has been Children's Book Review with Mongo. Coming up next, we look at the explosion of goat cheese making in America's heartland, and later on we take a very, very quiet look at the exciting NBA playoffs on All Things Dull and Pretentious on NPR. But first, this news from parts of the world you've never heard of.
All right, 6:37. We got Geek News coming up. Beat Gina as well. Right now, Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by
Young Mazda leased the new 2021 Mazda CX-5 Sport all-wheel drive for only $245 per month. See their selection at youngmazdautah.com. Young Mazda, think young, drive young, offer OAC.
Now, apparently, and I haven't had any information on this other than what you guys have just said, somebody outside of our studio, very close to our studio, where we are close to the Peary Hotel in downtown Salt Lake, West Temple and 3rd South, someone has crashed their car repeatedly into the side of the Peary Hotel. Now, that's all I know. Do you guys know anything more about it? Carrie, do you, or Katie?
Just the story that was linked in the chat room earlier. The police noticed this guy just ramming his truck into the side repeatedly of the Peary Hotel.
Which side is it now?
When I drove past it, I saw a person taking photos of it, like a police person taking photos, and I was like, am I going to pass a murder? I got scared for a second. But they took out the side on West Temple, and it looks like they jumped the curb and went northwest diagonally into the building, almost.
Northwest. Very odd. But apparently repeatedly crashing a car into the side of the Peary Hotel.
Yeah, smashing his truck. The police detained him, and they've got him. So,
well, we'll see if we can find out more about that. That's very odd. George Clooney reacting to Tom Cruise yelling about the coronavirus and going on a tirade, and George Clooney says, I get it. I understand exactly why he was so upset. He was right to be so upset. And so now that's probably not the way I would have handled things. But
no, this is on set, and
yeah.
Tom Cruise was upset because there were some crew members that were standing too close to each other,
not wearing masks, and Tom Cruise, just if you didn't hear about it yesterday, just went off on this tirade, which was somebody captured on at least audio of it. And him swearing and yelling at these people. And Tom Cruise's point was, you know what the protocols are. We're trying to get this movie made. It's Mission Impossible 6. It's been delayed already, but we've decided we can try and make it work if we observe really strict protocols, and you're not doing it, and that puts everybody's jobs at risk. Tom Cruise said, and he was really mad. Now George Clooney says, I would be just as mad. I don't react that same way.
Yeah, George Clooney isn't scary. Tom Cruise is a little scary, just kind of generally.
Yeah. He seems tightly wound, yes.
Yeah, but you can see George Clooney saying, now look, everybody.
Come here, let's gather around. Not too close.
Yeah. but you can see him handling it differently.
Yeah. Kirk Cameron, on the other hand, is a dick. All right, let's move on. He's in the news. He was a boner candidate yesterday for organizing some big, what was it? They were singing Christmas carols or something in California. He was criticized for that. Now he says he will host more of these events.
More super spreader events? Is that what he's going to do?
Yep, that's what he'll do. Joe Biden and Mike Pence have both said they are set to get the coronavirus vaccine. Mike Pence has said, I'll do it on TV. And Joe Biden has said the same thing. They will get the coronavirus vaccine soon. According to two transition officials familiar with the matter, Biden will get the vaccine publicly as early as next week. The official spoke on condition of anonymity because they weren't authorized to discuss it publicly. The White House said Pence and his wife, Mother, will receive the vaccine publicly on Friday.
You know who got it yesterday?
Who?
Suryan. He did it
Suryan McKellen?
He did it on British TV.
That will happen. And then Dr. Fauci, Anthony Fauci, says this about the holidays. I'm not going to be seeing my kids for Christmas. They don't like me much anyway. No, that's not true. I'm not going to be seeing my kids for Christmas this year, and you should not be seeing your kids for Christmas this year. If you have to stay apart, stay apart. Don't do it.
My son's coming home from the Navy, and I'm going to see him for a minute when he gets here, and that's it.
Interestingly enough, Dr. Fauci said, I'm going to be seeing Gina's son when he gets home from the Navy. That's okay. But I'm not going to be seeing my kids. I don't care for them. So they had to close a liquor store in Provo. The liquor and wine store in downtown Provo temporarily closed because of possible exposure to COVID-19. I go to my liquor store, the one that I frequent the most often, and it's a small liquor store, and it's usually pretty busy. And I keep thinking, well, they must be doing things right because they haven't had to close. So it must be okay. And that's how I assuage my feelings about the coronavirus and alcoholism.
But now your liquor store, though, isn't it right next to a Smith's store?
It's sort of downstairs from a Smith's grocery.
Downstairs from a Smith's. So it's essentially one-stop shopping for you, right?
Yeah, that's really very convenient.
Because I went to that new one. Where the cafe was there in the next to the dance.
They've moved the Lamplighter Square, that tiny liquor store that was there in Lamplighter Square. They've moved that across the street to the old Red Butte Cafe.
Yeah,
temporarily.
Oh, that's temporarily?
That's just temporary.
They're going to build a brand new one back where the old one was.
Because if I lived in that neighborhood and I shop at that grocery store, I think is it still a Dan's? Maybe it's a Mason's.
I think it is,
know.
yeah. I think
but
so.
Because that's just like you get your groceries and then you park once, and then you walk across the way and you get your liquor. It's like being in a grown-up state almost.
Yeah, it is.
Is this California?
That's why the Avenue Smiths, they would be so upset, I'm sure, if that liquor store. Remember, they talked about closing that liquor store at one time. Yeah, that one.
I'm just saying that the DABC better not get wind of this, because it's like being in a grown-up state. They'll make sure that all liquor stores are far away and inconvenient from a grocery store.
All right, this is going to be a boner candidate, but I'm going to mention it now because there is outrage outrage. And we'll talk to Mayor Aaron Mendenhall about this as well. In a stunning move, Salt Lake City School District teachers were cut out of a plan by the legislature to give all Utah teachers and school employees a bonus for working during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Utah legislature's powerful Executive Appropriations Committee approved a $1,500 bonus for all public school teachers and $1,000 for employees. But House Speaker Brad Wilson made a motion that is only for school districts that have in-person or a mix of in-person and online education.
It's not
Brad.
the teacher's
receive-
fault that they are in person or not.
To receive funding for educator and school personnel stipends, a local education agency has provided in-person, a combination or in-person and virtual, or has been chartered to only provide virtual prior to January 19, 2020, he said. This specifically leaves out Salt Lake City School District. The teachers in the Salt Lake City School District, they don't have any say over this. This is the school board, the Salt Lake City School Board, who said we are going to remain do classes virtual. It's not the teachers,
Well,
but
they're
let's punish
saying-
them.
and
Let's punish them.
That's making it sound like they have it easy because they're not in person.
Yeah.
The
And they-
online teaching is hard in a whole other way. Can you imagine trying to control
The
30 kids
No, ask
via
any
a
teacher.
Zoom meeting and
They'll
teach
tell
them
you.
anything?
They will tell you. I speak to them. They will tell you it is harder, much, much harder to teach this way than to be in person.
The move left Democrats on the committee who represent Salt Lake City stunned. I feel like this is focused on one particular school district because we're a hotspot, said Representative Angela Romero. Speaker Wilson countered that if they wanted the money, they could go to in-person instruction by January 19th. You are a turd, Mr. Wilson.
Yes,
Not
yes.
to the teachers.
Yes,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Wilson. No, the GOP has always claimed to be the party of the working class, which is the big lie that they continue to permeate. And this is what they're saying is you need to put your life in danger in order to get this money that is rightfully owed.
I hate to see these teachers demoralized because this is really the school board's decision, said Representative Carol Spackman Moss. Speaker Wilson said the school board had time to move to in-person instruction.
No.
They could have done it, but they didn't.
That's not how this works.
All right. So people have been asking, speaking of, inhuman things, could Donald Trump still stymie the election? Well, there is one last move that he could make, according to this article in the New Yorker.
This is the question I've been asking.
After the Electoral College cast its votes and affirmed his victory on Monday, Joe Biden declared the democracy prevailed, faith in our institutions held, and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell finally congratulated Biden as president-elect. On January 6th, coming up, a joint session of Congress will officially count those Electoral College votes. Now, that's always been just a formality, just a kind. They say, looks like the vote count was right. We sign off on it. The result should be more than assured. But last week brought the shock of seeing 17 Republican state attorneys general, ours being one of them, and more than half a dozen House Republicans sign amicus briefs supporting Texas's unsuccessful bid to have the Supreme Court prevent 4 states' electoral votes from being counted. That astounding show of loyalty to Donald Trump made it imaginable that Republican lawmakers, having failed to convince the courts to overturn the election results, would use Congress to overturn the election results. On December 13th, Representative Mo Brooks, Republican of Alabama, announced his intent to dispute Biden's victory by challenging the votes of 5 swing states in the January congressional session. The group he will lead in that effort so far includes Barry Moore, a representative from Alabama, Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia. The rules stipulate that if a member of the House and a member of the Senate dispute the electoral votes on January 6th, that's right, then they have to split up, the House of Representatives and the Senate, and debate whether the election was won by fair and square or not. And there's actually a time limit on the debate. They have to debate it for 2 hours and then vote separately on whether to throw out the Electoral College votes as unlawful or to count them and say, yes, Joe Biden is the president. So it theoretically...
See, this is what I've been telling you, is I'm not going to be content until I see Joe's hand on the Bible saying, I swear.
And Donald Trump's stubby little hand in handcuffs.
Exactly.
The votes are to be tossed out only if a majority of both houses agree to do that. It's never happened before.
It won't happen.
It seems unlikely that it would happen again.
Again, Gina, you...
But who thought Donald Trump would ever be president of the United States?
Look at all the things that he's done, and these are the things that, when I said he's going to do these things, people said I was being crazy and hyperbolic, and they happened. So this makes me worried.
And finally this, kangaroos can learn to communicate with humans similar to how domesticated dogs do, by using their gaze to point and ask for help. Kangaroos are a little more feeling creatures than maybe we thought before, and if you recently saw that little video clip of that baby kangaroo who was rescued by someone and was so grateful that the little kangaroo kept rubbing his head up against the person's hands and just going, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for saving me.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we should all start learning Roo. All right?
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Let's see. Today, the Utah Jazz are playing the Los Angeles Clippers. That game is at 8 p.m. tonight. And NFL game, we have the Chargers and the Raiders. That's a game at 6:20. Weather. So we've got this storm coming. It probably won't start until about 11 o'clock, somewhere around in there.
A.M. or P.M.?
A.M. this morning, so later this morning. It'll start as rain because we're actually going to be quite warm to start things off. 39, quite warm, but that's what will make it rain instead of snow initially, and then as the day goes on, it will change over to snow overnight, and it should be some accumulation overnight. Tomorrow, a little bit of snow in the morning, and then it'll clear up by the afternoon. And colder tomorrow, 33 for a high. Traffic, let's see what we've got going on there. And, of course, if you see anything and it's safe for you to text it to us, you do that at 33986. Things seem to be moving well. The only thing I have is at Pioneer Crossing. That's SR 73 at 8th West. The eastbound right lane is blocked there. Nobody sent us anything in via text, but like I said, you can always send it to us if it's safe for you to do so, 33986. Strong Volkswagen, unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
All right, now would be a good time to line up to beat Gina, 877-602-9696. You might win a Radio from Hell or X96 face mask. And Lord knows we're going to continue to need face masks for 2021. Don't kid yourself. So you'll want some nice ones, and these are some of the best that I have seen. I quite like our masks and use them every day. So line up, 877-602-9696. It's Simpsons Christmas Trivia coming up, so stand by for that. Geek News now brought to you by...
Losing weight, getting in shape, try Built Bar. Built Bar, low calorie, low sugar, high protein, best tasting protein bar. BuiltBar.com. Use the promo code X20.
All right. So, this video game, Cyberpunk 2077, has been much anticipated for quite a while now. I know it's all that Tony's been able to talk about for a year now, is that he wants this Cyberpunk 2077. So it's released a week or so ago, and it's just filled with problems. My problem with the game is the circumcision feature.
What?
Excuse me?
Yeah, that's an actual thing in the game. I don't want to get into it on the radio, but you can choose whether your character is circumcised or not. But that's another...
What?
I don't know what difference that would make.
It does, apparently, and that's my problem with the game. Now, the problem that everyone else is having with the game is technical problems, not choices in the character play like me. I have a problem with that. But the Cyberpunk 2077 refund situation. I mean, there were so many glitches in this game that the company was saying, well, we'll give you your money back. But what they didn't tell you is we're going to make you go through either Sony or Microsoft to get your refund. We're not going to give you direct. No, not us. No, if you bought it through, because apparently if you play it on your console, on your computer console, on your dedicated computer game system computer, it's not glitching. But when it's on a console like your Xbox or your PlayStation, that seems to be where the problems are.
Huh. Are you sure about this circumcision thing, or is it just there's a cut and an uncut version?
No,
of the game.
I wish I could get into details on the air. It's you'll have to go listen to the latest episode of Geek Show podcast.
Okay.
We explain it there. But the Cyberpunk 2077 refund situation gets weirder and weirder. Developer, this is the people that created the game, CD Projekt Red, now telling players who requested a refund for the games to sit tight. All this ire over the weekend. Projekt Red publicly apologized and said request refunds, but do it through Microsoft and Sony's official channels. Well, people did.
Yeah.
Xbox One users were met with some mixed results by and large. PlayStation players were less lucky, finding themselves stonewalled by Sony's stricter refund policy. Because according to their policy, if you download a game to your console, you're ineligible for a refund. There's a stated exception for content that is faulty, but Cyberpunk 2077, despite all the technical hiccups, doesn't appear to fit their bill. So Sony is apparently not being real cooperative about your... Now, see, if you're old-fashioned like me, I like to buy the physical discs rather than download it off the internet into my system. I prefer the discs. But so keep trying to get your refund, or I imagine if you wait, the glitches will get fixed. It may take a long time, but the glitches should get fixed, hopefully. And meanwhile, the Marvel's Avengers game that I just got recently, apparently, according to Square Enix, it didn't sell as well as expected. So it says, according to the head of that division, a certain amount of development costs remain, but Square Enix hopes to recoup these costs by increasing sales. Everyone is surprised that it didn't make as much money. I mean, it made money. Don't get me wrong, they're not crying over there at Square Enix, but they thought it would make more. Game of Thrones.
Yes.
The prequel series has been given a go. It is called Fire and Blood, House of the Dragon, set 300 years before the events of and this is on HBO that we're talking about. And they have cast it. Olivia Cooke, Emma Darcy, and Matt Smith have all been tapped to star in this show. Let's see now. Let me find out. Cooke will play Alicent Hightower, who is described as the daughter of Otto Hightower, the Hand of the King, and the most comely woman in the Seven Kingdoms.
Yeah.
You know why? You know why? That's because she's not wearing her glasses like she did in that Norman Bates show, where she was clearly the prettiest girl in town, but she had glasses on. So it's not. Anyway, so you're getting more Game of Thrones, whether you want it or not.
No, I want it.
You do? Okay, good.
Sure.
There you go. All on your way then. Traffic, Gita, please.
Let's see. We have a crash in Linden, northbound I-15, 1600 north. Off to the right shoulder. Friend of the program says there's a crash in Eden, bad crash just north of the four-way stop. That's all it says is the four-way stop. Is there only one four-way stop in Eden?
Yeah, I think so.
It's just north of the four-way stop. So thank you for sending that in. Hope everybody's okay in that accident up there. And if you see an accident like that and it's safe for you to text and tell us about it, we appreciate it when you do that, and I'll pass it along. 33986 is our text line number. Help save a life. Be part of the solution. Earn up to $500 this month at Grifols Plasma. Go to grifolsplasma.com for more information.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back with Beat Gina right after these. Line up, 877-602-9696. Now is the time to line up to Beat Gina. It's Simpsons Christmas Trivia. And you could win a Radio from Hell or X96 face mask. We'll mail it to you so you can use it as soon as you get it. All right, let's see. Haster Games. You know, you're not doing as much outside, you're quarantining inside, and you're spending a lot more time on your devices, your screen time. Time to unplug and play a board game from Haster Games. I mean, your eyes get bleary after a while staring at that screen. So why not interact with the people in your quarantine? For the best selection of board games, Magic, Pokemon, D&D, it's at Haster. Holiday gift shoppers, you can get gifts, or better yet, gift certificates from Haster. I really recommend the gift certificates because you don't know what that gamer in your life wants/needs for their game. So let them pick it out. They will thank you for it. They also carry Pokemon Vivid Voltage and Darkness Ablaze. Super popular right now. They have the perfect games for gifts for all ages. Haster is your place for Pokemon, Magic, Warhammer, miniatures, miniature painting sets, D&D, board games, and dice. And they are locally owned and operated. That's the most important thing. Open 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, 12 to 5 on Sunday. They are at 6831 South State Street. Haster has it.
The holidays are a time of...
Okay, the shop sells, it's called how would you say that with all of those
Celebrities.
Celebrity.
celebrities?
Yeah, I drug you guys over here. You were just going to walk on by Celebrities Gallery, featuring artwork by John Lennon, Miles Davis, Ronnie Wood, Tony Bennett, David Bowie, Picasso, and others.
Picasso's best rock star of them all.
By the way, it's featuring, what does it say? Artwork. It's featuring overpriced prints of artwork by...
None of that's real?
Well, it's real in the sense that it's, well, for instance, there are a bunch of John Lennon things in there, which Yoko Ono took the originals and had copies made of the originals and then put print numbers on them and selling them.
Bitch.
My point exactly.
There was some
something for you in there.
Well, yeah, there was some artwork by David Bowie in there, and it was it looked like a
which Yoko Ono took and copied and put numbers.
But again, it's mass.
So it's not cool.
But it was David Bowie did a painting of Festus. I swear it was Festus.
Festus?
No.
Well, I mean, he was all white and pale and alone.
And alone. No, but so what if it's I mean, they only make so many of the prints, right? Or it's only cool if you can get the original.
It's hard to say.
There was yeah.
I mean, it really is hard to say. A lot of them say, it's number 475 out of a run of 1,000. But how many runs of 1,000 did they do? I mean,
they may have stopped and then did another run.
Yeah,
that's how they can say a run of 1,000.
I mean, it's okay stuff. I mean, I wouldn't buy it, but
I mean, there was a really cool colored pencil John Belushi
with
in there,
his shirt open and his gut hanging out.
Shirt open. Yeah, that was a great thing. But it was easily $450.
Probably, yeah. And there was one thing in there I really liked. They had Hawaiian shirts. Silk Hawaiian shirts, they were about $70-$80 a shirt, but they were they're copies of shirts that celebrities have worn. Like there's one that shows a picture of Dustin Hoffman and John Lovitz standing together, and John Lovitz is wearing this Hawaiian shirt with pineapples on it, and you can buy that.
You can buy that shirt.
Yeah.
I want to buy Dustin Hoffman's shirt. I don't want to buy John Lovitz's shirt.
Either way, they'll both have little black curly hairs inside of them, okay? And then here's the question I had, is that there was a whole bunch of drawings of the Rolling Stones, and right in the middle there was this big one of Don Knotts, and I'm wondering why they decided to put Don Knotts in the middle.
That was not Don Knotts, that was Todd of Todd and Aaron. No, it was
Jagger.
Oh, is that who it was?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sure look like Don Knotts.
Oh, well, the older he gets, the closer they look.
I mean, 1960s Don Knotts,
Really?
Yeah.
By the way, Uncle Todd, I always thought you looked like Mick Jagger, not Don Knotts.
That was the joke he was making.
Yeah.
Let's make it perfectly clear.
Honest.
All right. Gina, you've had a question?
Oh, I thought Bill had a story, but
I do, but go ahead and ask your question, and then maybe I'll do my story.
My husband does most of the shopping, and he came home with this yesterday.
Okay.
And you guys may know, or I'm hoping friends of the program may know, at x96.com/live, he bought something called banana sauce. Have you guys ever heard of banana
it's-
sauce?
You put that on your banana. That's
But
he's gonna surprise you later on. You should not have been snooping in the groceries.
But so it's clearly not made from bananas because it's red. So it's
Well,
not like mushed up bananas.
That doesn't mean it's not made from bananas.
Well, what do the ingredients say?
Let's see, ingredients: water, sugar, banana. Oh, it is.
Yeah. So,
But it's
okay,
red.
there's
Let's
your-
keep going.
There's Gina once again, the inquiring mind. Well, it can't be a banana.
Does this look like it's made from bananas? It doesn't.
It's got a picture of bananas on the label, and then I would go, I wonder what the ingredients are. Oh, bananas.
Vinegar, salt, onion, chili, garlic.
So it's like a sweet,
it's just a
chili, sweet and
it's just
spicy kind of sauce for your whatevers.
Yeah, what do you put it on? What do you do with this?
Whatever you want.
You could put it on rice. You could put
Ice
it
cream.
On,
That's fine.
Noodles.
Yeah, it's just a tangy accompaniment, sweetened. Yeah, probably it's a little sweet and tangy, and yeah, sounds good.
It's a
And he
product of the
probably-
Philippines.
He probably saw it and thought, I'd like to try that.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than, well, that doesn't look like bananas. So, you married a man with an inquiring mind so that
Yeah.
you didn't have to have one.
Yeah, I don't know that I will ever consume banana sauce.
Here's an odd story for you. And it's time for you to go home and get your panties, or go home and get your scanties, and then away we'll go. Yes, we're going to shuffle off to beat Gina. Yes, it's the game for folks who, just like Gina herself, shuffle wherever they go. And now, here's your host with the most, the man with the power. What power? The power of voodoo. Who do he do?
Wow.
Do what? Have the power. The power of game show hosting. He's Kerry Jack Jackson.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Johnny. Thank
You're
you so much. Johnny, this will be our last game of the year.
Oh.
And we'll see you in 2021 after this.
Oh, all right. I should be out by then?
Out of where?
Oh, I mean,
no. You can talk to Bill. You're staying in his basement. It's up to you. I'm just saying that we won't be, doing the game show until next year. So
I understand.
All right. So
I misinterpreted what you said.
I know you're used to being fired all the time. I know that's the business that we are in. I understand that.
Yes.
All right. Let's. We tossed a coin to determine who was going to be our contestant. We did that off the air, and Saheed won the toss. So let's go to Saheed. Saheed, are you there?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Oh, just fine, Saheed. All right. Here's
I'm
how we
fine
play.
too.
Here's how we play the game, Saheed. We're going to toss a coin right now to determine who goes first. It will give you an advantage in the game. Heads or tails, please.
Heads.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. That means Gina.
Oh,
go
not
first. I'm
first.
sorry,
Ladies first.
Saheed. All right.
Oh, thank you.
So this question is hers to answer alone. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If she gets it incorrect, then, Saheed, you get a chance to answer it correctly and steal the point away. And we'll go back and forth like that until somebody gets 3 points. Okay, so once again, it is Simpsons Christmas Trivia Edition, because The Simpsons premiered on this day in 1989. Yes, they've been with us since then. All right. Gina.
Yes.
During the first Christmas episode, what was the song that Bart sang during the Springfield Elementary Christmas pageant?
Okay.
Was it A, Grandma got run over by a reindeer? B, Jingle Bells? C, the theme from the movie Die Hard? Or D, Joy to the World?
Oh, I don't know. So this is a guess. So Jingle Bells is my guess.
Jingle Bells,
Batman Smells.
the Batman Smells edition specifically.
Yes.
There you go.
Robin laid an egg. That's 1 point for Gina. And it's now Saheed's turn, and he could tie the game.
All right, Saheed. In the episode Skinner's Sense of Snow, what food rations were the children given after the school became snowed in? Was it A, 1 apple and a handful of relish? B, 1/2 of Willie's Almond Joy? C, 1 banana and a handful of mayonnaise? Or D, 4 Scooby snacks?
I don't know this one. I'm going to say apple and whatever it was.
A handful of relish?
Yeah,
That is correct. That is
Oh,
correct.
that's a great guess. 1-1, it's tied. Now Gina controls the question.
All right, Gina.
Yeah.
Which of these, you know, at the beginning in the opening sequence of The Simpsons, there's what's called the chalkboard gag.
Yes.
Which is where Bart has to write 100 times on the chalkboard something. All right. Which of these chalkboard gags were featured in Miracle on Evergreen Terrace? Was it A, science class should not end in tragedy? B, Rudolph's red nose is not alcohol related? C, eggnog is not milk from chickens? Or D, I will not incite a coup among Santa's elves?
See, none of these are an obvious joke answer.
Ending the year on a hard trivia question.
I'm going to say eggnog.
Eggnog? That is
Yeah.
incorrect.
Oh.
Saheed,
Oh,
here's
man.
your opening. Saheed, what's your answer? You get to steal.
Oh, okay. What are the other 3 answers, please?
Is it A, science class should not end in tragedy? C, eggnog is not milk. No, that was her answer. B, Rudolph's red nose is not alcohol related? Or D, I will not incite a coup among Santa's elves?
I would say the Santa's elf. Just a
That is
guess.
incorrect. Rudolph's red nose is not alcohol related.
The score remains tied 1-1. Saheed, though, controls the question.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, baby. Yeah, let's go.
Don't get cocky,
All right.
sir.
Okay. Saeed, which
Yes.
Christmas carol did Bart and Lisa sing to the Hibbert family while Homer was stealing their Funzo toys? Is it A, Silent Night? Was it B, Oh Little Bank Americard? Was it C, Joy to the World? Or D, Axl Rose is coming to town?
I don't know any of these. I would say Axl Rose coming to town.
Really?
No, that is incorrect. Gina,
Gina,
please.
chance to steal.
Joy to the World?
No, Silent Night. We're
Oh.
going to be here for a while.
Okay.
It's still tied at 1-1.
No, come on.
Okay.
Give me a good one. Let's
If
wrap
we all
this up.
if we all stop for a second, we can hear the clock ticking.
I know, right? All right, whose question is this?
Gina.
Gina,
Yes.
in Grift of the Magi,
Yes.
what was the name of the new toy that every Springfield kid wanted to have? Was it A, Mr. Bucket, B, PS5, C, Baby Yoda doll, Grogu, or was it D, Funzo?
Funzo?
That is correct. All right.
It's 2-1, but unfortunately, Saeed has a chance to tie the game.
Okay. Saeed, what is Marge's secret recipe for wassail? Her secret recipe for wassail. Is it A, apple cider with food coloring? B, she makes her own oat milk out of honey bunches of oats. Oh, wait, that's just the leftover milk. C, watered down and heated cough syrup. Or D, microwaved Gatorade.
Oh, man. I don't know. I'm just going to throw a guess. C?
Watered down and heated cough syrup? Incorrect. Gina.
Chance to win, Gina.
A.
Apple cider with food coloring, also incorrect. Microwaved Gatorade.
Microwaved Gatorade.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
Where are
and
we?
And it was funny when it was broadcast, too, Saeed.
Where are we, Johnny? What's
The score is 2-1, Gina's favor. Unfortunately, I believe Saeed controls the question.
Is that right?
No, it's me, isn't it?
No, it is? No, that's right, because it was Saeed's question last one.
I'm sorry.
Give me an
I
easy
was
one
listening
that I
to
can
the
wrap
clock
this
tick.
up with.
Okay, let me find an easy one. All right. In Marge Be Not Proud, what Christmas gift did Bart buy for Marge as his apology for stealing? Was it A, a picture of himself, B, a pen with a chain on it that said Springfield Bank, strangely enough, C, she sang a song to him, an 80-foot manger. He thought that was the title of the song. Or D, an autographed copy of The Art of the Deal.
See, these are all hard because all Simpsons stuff are jokes, so they all.
Yes, but not all of those
But
answers
you remember,
were.
this is an end of the story apology for stealing redemption thing.
Okay, the pen. No. Just give Saeed the mask. Just give him the
It's
mask.
a picture of himself, but yes, I'm overruling.
Just give him
As
the mask.
as game show host, I have a cratic command, and I can decide that Saeed has won.
Just a moment. The guys are here from the sanatorium, so
Oh.
I have to go.
All
We'll
right,
see you in
thank
the new
Johnny.
year, Johnny.
Hopefully.
We'll see ya.
Bye-bye. And
All right.
have a happy holiday, Saeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Saeed, hang on the line. We'll get your information. We'll mail you a mask.
The joke answers are all Simpson stuffs are jokes. It's hard to
And-
know which one is the right joke.
And Gina, you owe us a certain amount of money as an inconvenience tax.
I'm sorry.
All right. Okay. Traffic, please.
Crash westbound SR 201, 32nd West off ramp in West Valley. The left lane is blocked. Crash northbound I-15 milepost 273. This is in Linden. Crash in Eden SR 158 2200 north. That's there by the Maverick and the Valley Market. That's where that accident is. And another friend of the program said there was another accident at the mouth of Weber Canyon. Thank you for sending that in. You did that via text, and we appreciate it. 33986. A clean home is a festive home, and Zero Res has a deal for you. $33 per room of carpet cleaning. Schedule at least 3 rooms. Get an extra room cleaned for free. Schedule with Zero Res today.
Boners round 1 coming up. Here are the candidates that you will be considering. Number 1, because we need to punish them. Boner candidate number 2, I'm not dead yet. And number 3, oh, Mike, you had to cancel a party. Boo-hoo.
All right, round 1 of your boners and big boy news, all coming up after these. Let's go to Brenna from BuiltBar.com.
Brenna, hey, Brenna, could you tell us a little... Hi, can you tell us a little bit about the white chocolate bites that Built Bar has?
Oh my goodness, you guys. We are so excited for these bites. We had a lot of success with them over Black Friday, and they sold out really quickly. So they're covered in
Oh, Brenna.
our fun size.
Uh-huh.
There are fun size of the protein bar, which is great because sometimes you can't finish a whole bar or you're in a rush. So the bites are a great way to get a quick, bite of protein, and it's delicious because it's just covered in decadent white chocolate and still gives you your protein and low sugars for the day.
So it's white chocolate cookies and cream, white chocolate sea salt caramel, cherry sundae, and white chocolate coconut deluxe. Can you get those with the promo code if you go to BuiltBar.com?
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys have a great deal for all your listeners. And so they can use the promo code to get the bites, the white chocolate bites, the Immune Boost Plus that we've talked about, for your immunity, or to grab a mixed box of the full bars, whatever is really, talking to your taste buds.
So just go to BuiltBar.com and then use the promo code X20. That's the number 20, and you get quite a discount on your first order.
Yes, it's super exciting. We're really excited for these flavors for the holiday season. They make great stocking stuffers as well. So.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
Good idea, Brenna.
Yeah.
All right. And, of course, it's you're shopping local when you do that.
Yes.
So,
exactly. Supporting all your local businesses. So.
All right, Brenna. We'll talk to you again soon. Remember, BuiltBar.com. BuiltBar.com. Use the promo code X20. Bye-bye.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris Mancow.
Sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Probably if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine. And on the copy machine is sitting a big, it's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No. Anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that? I think to myself. So then
How curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange.
Wait a minute,
in there.
you saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
God.
But I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange in there. I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, "Hey, that's mine." And I went, "Oh,
I'm sorry."
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No. So sorry, I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just we're standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building going, "Hey!"
X96.3 and X96.com.
My question is, and this is for you parents, is I didn't know that they still did these.
Oh, yeah.
The daddy-daughter dance, and there's a mommy-son dance.
Yeah.
I didn't know they still did these.
Yeah.
These seem
No, they're sweet.
creepy.
No, they're sweet. They're really
No,
I don't know. You're not watching Bates Motel with me.
That's your problem. You're skewed with the Bates family.
Well, they're just. I mean, they're
Because
just
Carrie,
meant to
that's all
be-
that is a dance.
Well, tell me what they. What is it?
It's
Tell
just
me.
meant to be. It's meant to be an evening where father and daughter who may not necessarily interact all the time because the dad's at work and it's the mom who takes care of things and so it's just so they just go to the dance and there's punch and cookies.
It's cute.
And,
you get dressed up, and it's a nice.
Why do you think
evening
it's
out.
creepy?
You don't think it sends a weird message?
No.
Because you do the exact same activity with a boy. The boy you're dating. It's the exact same activity, the prom, right?
Well, except it's
or the
except
harvest dance.
Except there's a different intent.
And this is no different than
no. There's a different intent. If you're taking a girl to the prom, you'll want to after the prom get with her in the back seat of the car, and in the daddy-daughter dance, that never would even occur to you.
Well,
but
I mean, really?
No. Carrie, okay, do you think this is cute?
All right.
When dads that have little girls and the little girl wants to have a little tea party, and she invites daddy to the tea party, and they say,
I'm not getting laid at the end of a tea party.
Kids shouldn't be.
Well, it doesn't have to go there. It's just
but that's what the dance is all about.
That's what's in Carrie's mind.
See, anytime I went to a high school dance, my goal at the end was to at least make out.
Yeah.
Okay, Carrie, I went to lots of dances where that never happened.
Gina,
that's a bad example.
Gina, that's you. You're a bad example.
I just went to dances where it was just about the dance, and we went out to dinner, and that was the end of it.
No, Gina, the guy you were with, that was not what it was all
Not
about.
all guys think
Yes.
that way. Any
Yes,
dance
they do.
ever. That's the purpose of
Yes.
going to a dance.
Yes.
No.
Okay, you see my point about the daddy-daughter.
No, because daddy's it's a daddy. It's not. It's the kid's dad, not a date.
The real reason. Decide with your votes of these three candidates. Which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight to possibly become Boner of the Day? I'll explain that later. Send one of these three forward to Boner Fight. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Name added to a list that you can someday pick up. Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Here's Boner candidate number 1. Because we need to punish them. When news began to circulate early yesterday that Utah lawmakers were going to consider a $120 million bonus package for Utah's overworked, overstressed teachers, you could hear shouts of joy from across the state. Each teacher was looking at a $1,500 bonus for their remarkable efforts in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, Speaker of the House Brad Wilson, Republican, District 15, dropped an amendment that caught some on the Budget Committee a bit off guard. Mr. Wilson proposed excluding teachers whose school districts had not made an in-person schooling option available to their students. The bombshell was targeting one school district in particular, the Salt Lake City School District, the only district in the state currently holding classes solely online. And Brad Wilson knew that, and he wants to punish the teachers in the Salt Lake School District. As policymakers, that's something we sometimes do, said Brad Last of Hurricane. Money talks, and we can potentially bring about actions by providing incentives. As policymakers, that's what we sometimes do. Senator Luz Escamilla, who's a Democrat and whose district includes Salt Lake City schools, said she had no idea that that amendment, which did pass, was in the proposal, in the bill. It sounds, and I use the word punitive, against teachers who have no control over what the board makes decisions over,
Exactly.
she said.
And the teachers are all facing challenges. In-person teaching, incredibly challenging and asking too much of teachers. Online teaching, incredibly challenging, asking too much of. They're different, but they're both hard, and they both deserve to be compensated for that.
The school board, the district has been both praised and attacked, criticized, for keeping schools closed in Salt Lake City. Now, why have they made that decision, do you suppose? Because Salt Lake City, that's where we are, is one of the biggest COVID hotspots in the state. And the Salt Lake School Board has said, we think it would be putting our teachers and our students at too much risk to have them go to school so they can do online learning. And my daughter is in the Salt Lake School District, and she does online learning, and she gets up every damn morning and goes to class in her room, at her desk with her computer. And she's taking 2 college classes as well at from Salt Lake Community College. And it's comprehensive teaching. She's learning stuff, and she's very diligent about it. And the teachers are diligent about it too.
Of course. This is hard for everybody. Why are we punishing Salt Lake?
Because it's Salt Lake, where most of the sinners live. People where most of the drinkers live, That's what it is.
Let's help all of our teachers.
Boner candidate number 1, because we need to punish them. Here's boner candidate number 2. I'm not dead yet. For his 85th birthday, the interestingly named Bob Seger, but not the one you're thinking of, Bob Seger of, let's see, where does he live? Cedar City. That's right.
Bob Seger.
Yeah, it's the Cedar City Seegers. His wife of nearly 65 years, Barbara, sent a notice to the Iron County Today newspaper, and she wanted it to be a birthday wish and a nice thing for him. And the Iron County paper got a hold of it, and they said, "Oh man, guess Bob died. This is an obituary." And they printed his very nice birthday wishes from his wife and family as an obituary. And Mr. Seger found this out when he went to the drugstore on Wednesday. Now, Mr. Seger, again, 85 years old, so he goes to the drugstore at least 3 times a week.
At least
for his prescriptions. He walked into the drugstore, and the woman behind the counter, the pharmacist, went pale, and she said, "You're still alive.
You're a ghost."
And he said, "What? Well, yeah, I am."
As far as I can tell.
And that this is when it comes to light. She said, "I just read your obituary in the paper." And so the Iron County Today, the Iron County paper, they screwed up. They made a big mistake, and that's where the boner candidate is. That they printed this as an obituary. The one thing about it that's nice, though, is that Mr. Seger says, this is kind of the most memorable birthday I've ever had.
All right.
Boner candidate number 2, I'm not dead yet. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, oh, Mike, you had to cancel a party. Boo-hoo.
All right. Well, let's get to candidate number 3 for round 1 right after this big boy news and Opinnuendo, brought to you by...
For accessorizing and mixing, Booze Teak has your cocktail needs covered. Please call ahead for curbside service. Call 801-363-3939 for relaxing times. Make it Booze Teak time.
Now, remember, boner candidate number 1 has to do with the legislature not giving school teachers in the Salt Lake City School District voting to not give them bonuses because it's the only district that hasn't gone back to at least some form of in-person teaching. So bear that in mind, and then listen to this. 2 out of 3 Utah voters believe state lawmakers don't listen to them, that they listen to businesses, that they listen to religious or special interest group, but they don't listen to the voters. That's a survey done by the Utah Foundation. The nonprofit surveyed hundreds of Utahns for its Utah Priorities Project and found that voters in March ranked the unresponsiveness of politicians in Utah as the top issue. In July, well into the coronavirus pandemic, it had dropped to number 6 behind health care, taxes, education, the economy, and the pandemic, but some 1,500 people, 1,150 registered voters were questioned in the March survey, and 780 in July. And all in all, they all say, well, Republicans who took the survey were split on the issue as to whether legislators listen to the voters, but Democrats and unaffiliated voters said, I don't think they listen to us at all.
They don't.
There are proposals made, the will of the people seems to be clear, and yet they do what they want. Let's see. Since very strict COVID restrictions now in California, because California now has, let me get this right, California is reporting more coronavirus cases than most countries in the world.
Well, it's as big as a lot of countries in the world, that's for sure.
California, of course, is this country's largest, and it's not the largest state.
Most populous state.
That must be what they mean, most populous, not the largest in terms of area.
It's like the sixth
and
largest.
It's the richest, yeah.
Yeah, it's like the sixth largest
economy
in the world, yeah.
Well, it's the new epicenter of America's coronavirus crisis, with unprecedented surges of seriously infected patients threatening to overwhelm hospitals and overflow the morgues. The state is reporting unnerving numbers. California has set nationwide records for new cases again and again and again in the past week, and yet people are still upset because of these strict lockdown orders.
You know, I mean, California has this reputation that it's this liberal haven. I got news for you. It's not. That may be in concentrated areas, but a lot of the places, I'm shocked when I run into the Trumpkins when I'm in California.
Well, Orange County, Carrie, is notoriously, California,
absolutely.
notoriously conservative.
I'm talking up in the central area where Drew's been living, up in like Santa Barbara and Malibu in that area. I'm really surprised at how many Trumpkins are there.
And then the north, like San Francisco, north of San Francisco.
North of San Francisco, absolutely.
Very conservative. 19 more Utahns have died from the coronavirus, with another 2,928 new cases reported. The average rate of positive tests is still high, but it has been dropping slowly. Hopefully, we can continue that trend.
19 people. Don't just remember when we were like saying, "Oh, 2 people died yesterday, 5 people, 19 people," and we just move right up. 19
well, that's okay, Gina. That's because there are
19.
hundreds of Californians are dying.
19 Utahns where people that might be listening to the show are related to them, and I don't want to just gloss over it with, well, it's 19 people today. 19 human beings.
Well, let's get their names.
Weather, traffic.
There's a storm coming. It will start as rain around 11 o'clock and change over to snow as things cool down into the evening and overnight. And we'll still be snowing by tomorrow morning and then clear up by the afternoon. 39 for a high today. Traffic, we've got, let me refresh this, give you the most recent information. Crash US 189. This is at the SR 113 junction in Wasatch County. We've got a crash Main Street 1975 North in Centerville. Crash 90th South 34th West in West Jordan. And westbound SR 201 32nd West off-ramp in West Valley City. And what do you see? You can text it to us, 33986. It's where somebody sent in the accident at the mouth of Weber Canyon. Thank you for sending that in. And whatever else you see, I'll pass along to friends of the program if you need me to. Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Gina, I think this is what you mean. From Jessica. My grandmother died Friday afternoon in her care facility in Bountiful. The only person there with her was a nurse because the care facility is on lockdown due to COVID. It's killing us that none of us were able to be there to hold her hand while she died. Her graveside service is tomorrow afternoon, but there will not be a funeral or a memorial service or a lunch afterwards because of the pandemic. Only adults will attend, and even then it will only be 1 or 2 representatives from each family in order to limit the numbers. Her 2 daughters, who live in different states, will not be coming in to attend. I hate this pandemic so much. Jessica.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Oh, Mike, you had to cancel a party. Boo-hoo. Mike Pompeo, you're looking at the guy, the Secretary of State, you would not really suspect that this is a party animal. But apparently he is. He and his wife are well known for hosting parties, all kinds of parties. They love to party. Well, Secretary of State Pompeo canceled his final major holiday party of the year, because he's done several already, because he was exposed to a person who tested positive for coronavirus. That forced him into quarantine, according to 2 officials familiar with the situation. It caps a run of indoor holiday parties hosted by Mr. Pompeo and his wife Susan and his top aides that health experts and U.S. lawmakers warned could turn into super spreader events at a time when the novel coronavirus has killed more than 300,000 Americans, including Jessica's grandmother. Okay? That's Mike Pompeo, Secretary of State. Now he's exposed to coronavirus because he went to the damn parties that he organized. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, because we need to punish them. That's the state legislature offering bonuses to teachers throughout the state of Utah because of their exemplary work during the coronavirus pandemic. Except the Salt Lake City School District. They can't have it because they haven't gone to in-person learning. They're only doing online teaching.
We know you're a professional, but we prefer to choose you like you were a Japanese game show contestant.
Here's boner candidate number 2 was I'm Not Dead Yet, Bob Seger, not the singer, but the Cedar City guy, an obituary printed, and he's very much alive. And boner candidate number 3, Mike Pompeo, you had to cancel another party. Boo-hoo.
All right, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it will go up against the winner of round 2. Round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That is when you will decide boner of the day for real. Right now you're picking the champion of round 1. Send it forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, December 17, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 1 of your Boner Voting. Red Cliffs Lodge. Now, what's the website? Because I love that camera feature that they have down
it's
there.
just redcliffslodge.com. I almost wish we weren't doing these commercials because I like hearing Colin's voice on the radio. So I just like the way he talks. Colin, who is, of course, the proprietor and the owner of Red Cliffs Lodge. It is a beautiful place. We've all stayed there.
Oh, yeah.
And just enjoyed the heck out of it. So maybe you don't feel like going to Moab right now. It's pretty safe down there. I mean, it's a smaller place, and it's not busy this time of year. But Red Cliffs Lodge is offering gift certificates that can be purchased for the holidays and then used until June 30th, 2021. They're offering $100 off per night with these gift certificates. Rates are down to $189 per night at Red Cliffs Lodge. And it is just a beautiful place.
You get these private little cabins almost. You have your own kitchen. You have your own porch deck area that looks out over the river, and it's just beautiful.
That's so nice.
The mighty Colorado River and those beautiful red cliffs. So go to redcliffslodge.com and buy a gift certificate today. With the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips,
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She
I
hated
hated
them.
Now,
And the wasabi.
Now, they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep. Not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
tasty.
But they're flavorful.
Now, I've got the bag of cheddar, bacon, mac, and cheese here. And Gina said of the wasabi, you got your winner right here. My guess is
She won't even try the bacon mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
I don't
No,
care.
there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
It's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're gonna love
removed
it. You're gonna love it.
from cheese
Don't do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese because mainstream America will love that flavor.
let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
love those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah. Mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
for Ripley.
They're peanut butter. Time to award round one of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by Brisket for Hanukkah.
And gear up with Level 9 Sports December deals sale with huge savings on select ski and snowboard gear, full-service tune shop, ski boot experts, and lowest price guarantee. Shop safely at their 4 retail locations or online at level9sports.com.
All right. Boner candidate number 1, it blew the others out of the water. Just blew them out of the water.
You're just saying it, huh?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, because we need to punish them, that was number 1, and it was close to 200 votes.
Wow.
It's the Salt Lake City teachers could be excluded. Looks like they will be excluded from state bonuses because the legislature, we got to punish Salt Lake in any way we can because that's where all the drinkers and sinners live.
Mm-hmm. All right, there you go. That's the winner of round 1. It goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. You know who agrees with this one? Mayor Erin Mendenhall.
Yes.
I saw her tweet yesterday.
The mayor of Salt Lake, Erin Mendenhall, on the phone with us. And Mayor Mendenhall, thanks again for being here. And we can start wherever you like. I know you wanted to talk about this incentive
Rise
program.
Raise Up.
Yeah, Raise Up
Salt Lake. Yeah,
Raise
Up Salt Lake.
You want to start there, or do you want to comment on the teacher situation first?
So we start high and low.
Okay.
The Raise Up Salt Lake is, we're affectionately calling it the Salt Laker card. It's a no-fee cash card that we have loaded $500 onto each card. Mm-hmm. And we're working with community-based organizations to try to get these cards into the hands of Salt Lake City residents who were not eligible due to their immigration status or other personal hardships to receive those federal checks that many of us received earlier in the pandemic. For those reasons, have been unable to get other federal aid throughout the pandemic. And we know from a study that Voices for Utah Children did earlier that there's at least 2,700 tax-paying Salt Lake City residents who have been ineligible and haven't received that assistance.
So
That
how do
could
we
be
connect,
as many as 4,000.
How do we connect those people with the cards?
That's happening through the community-based organizations that already have many of those relationships. So people can go to raiseupslc.com. Mm-hmm. You can. There's a contact link on there of who to reach out to if you're a resident and you don't already have connections with these community organizations. Go to the website, check it out. And I'm happy to report we have over $1.3 million. I'm sorry, it's almost $1.3 million at this point. The fundraising is still ongoing. And we're asking people to help at this time of year, help donate and make a contribution. It literally goes into our own neighborhoods and people who aren't getting that assistance.
But you really do. It's probably fairly, I don't know, easy, but you can identify the people who need these cards. And what are some of the organizations that would be rallying behind this and getting the word out to the people who may need this kind of help?
The Community Foundation of Utah is the umbrella organization as a nonprofit that's helping receive the dollars, and make the connections with many other community organizations like Comunidades Unidas and others. Mm-hmm. The website has the contact information, so it really doesn't mean that you necessarily need to know these organizations, but it's generally that people at or below the 80% poverty level here, mm-hmm. and then people who have been ineligible to receive that federal assistance.
Again, what is the website where people can get the particulars of that?
Raise Up, RAISEUPSLC.com. Raise Up SLC.
Now, Mayor Mendenhall, would you care to comment on the Brad Wilson and the Utah State Legislature not giving bonuses to Salt Lake City School District teachers?
The claims of priority for local control that we hear from the legislature, in contrast with this action yesterday to punish teachers, to punish public school teachers for the decisions that the local school board have the authority, thanks to the state of Utah, to be able to make decisions about. Mm-hmm. It just blows my mind. And if anybody needs help, any time during a normal year who's not getting paid enough. It's our public school teachers. So to cut them off at the knees right here around the holidays, at the end of the year, the calendar year, it's incredulous.
Doesn't it seem to you that the Utah State Legislature, Mayor Mendenhall, will leave no opportunity behind if they can find a way to make things difficult for Salt Lake City and Salt Lake County?
I try to be, I'm naturally a realist verging onto a pessimist a lot of the time, but honestly, I've seen how much more we can get done if we show up to those conversations, if we actually be a part of the dialogue where decisions about us is being made. And too much in Salt Lake City's past, we've come in swinging because we assume that we're going to get hit. We do get hit often,
Yes.
but we've got to be in the room. So, I'm a mayor who takes an approach that we need to show up to the conversation and be willing to talk and listen. But we do get the hand of the legislature struck down on us far
You have
too
to be
often.
given the opportunity. I mean, this just came out of left field.
This is not subtle.
No.
Well, and they have the money. It's punitive. There's
It's
no
money
other,
that's allocated.
There's
It's there.
no other way to look at this. And saying,
No.
well, some deserve it more than others. I think, like you were saying, it's the holidays. Everyone's been through a lot. Our teachers, toward the top of that list, they all deserve this money.
They do. They deserve it in a normal year. And to try to influence, I think that's even a pretty mild term, that the state legislature is trying to influence the Salt Lake City Board of Education. It's beyond that. It's punishment.
As someone pointed out, the legislatures met online to punish Salt Lake teachers who teach online.
Mhm.
So, all right. Anyway, thank you, Mayor.
Salt Lake Mayor Mendenhall, Aaron Mendenhall, thanks for being with us as always. Best
Always
to
a
you
pleasure.
and your family and your handsome husband.
Thank
He's
you.
blushing already.
See you later.
Thank you. Traffic,
Bye-bye.
please.
A friend of the program says there's an accident just before 53rd on I-15 North. A little bit of slowdown, not much, but thank you. That's helpful, and I hope you were being a good citizen and not texting and driving, or at least doing it voice to text if you can. Thanks for sending that in, 33986. Crash northbound I-15 at the 215 junction in Murray is how UDOT is referring to it. And that's about it. Things seem to be moving fairly well, and nobody else has sent anything in via text. But of course, if you see something, I'll pass it along for you. 33986. Help save a life. Be part of the solution. Earn up to $500 this month at Grifols Plasma. Go to grifolsplasma.com for more information.
All right, we got Sean Means talking about a few movies that you'll be able to see here very soon. Coming up after these, also round two of your boners. Stand by for all of that. RandLife.com.
Refinance with Rand. Oh, no, it doesn't work.
What song
It's
was that?
Well, it's supposed to be Jingle Bells.
Oh.
Refinance with Rand Life today.
It was all in the same note. Maybe we would have gotten it.
Refinance. Anyway, this is for the holidays and X96 listeners. Rand Life Home Loans, a holiday special. From now through Christmas, Rand Life will credit your appraisal. If you're doing a refinance with them or buying a new home, they'll credit your appraisal of up to $400, which is great. If you're already working with a builder and there are some incentives there, Rand Life is offering also some incentives. They have a new build incentive that can credit up to $5,000 in closing costs, depending on your purchase price. I've done refinancing with Rand Life, and I saved enough money to take singing lessons. So call them, 801-478-4500, 478-4500, or go to randlife.com.
X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized it's where you can see me grimacing.
Why so grimacing, Bill?
Yeah, for 19 weeks, yeah.
Well, just today, just the last half hour or so, I never get headaches. I don't ever get a headache. It's something that never has been a problem with me. And I've got a headache.
Is it this big? Does it have Excedrin written all over it?
You know, it's not huge, but because I never get a headache, it's like just almost unbearable. And yet I realize it's not very bad. But it's just like, oh my God.
How much water are you drinking?
Yeah, you drinking enough water?
Probably not.
That's a big one. I've been getting headaches recently because I'm not drinking enough water.
Jeez.
That's
Carrie's
not
here to
bubbly
help.
water.
That's not Carrie. That's Dr. Nick.
I have a pill that will help you, Bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pills that would help me are downstairs.
Oh well, okay. Gina, what were you playing with? What did you have?
Well, just so school.
Mhm.
It starts for Jonesy tomorrow, actually.
So Friday?
Yeah, well, it's orientation day. So
Yeah, okay.
And it's for all intents.
That's where orientation day is where they tell them which direction to face.
To orient yourself, right? Yeah. So it is upon us, and Muhammad starts next week, and I had ordered some of Muhammad's uniform from Land's End, and so I was getting it out of the box yesterday and getting ready to wash some of those clothes so they can be ready for Monday. And I'm pulling all the papers out of the box. And at the bottom of the box, there's this card, and it says, I'm showing you at x96.com/live. It says a special gift for customers of Land's End, a $100 wine voucher.
Wow.
Delivery included, it says.
Well,
For
you have to remember, Land's End is a land where grown-ups live. So.
That's what I was going to say. It's something called nakedwines.com. And I went there, and it's like a wine of the month club. You can buy cases of wine there, and I have to claim this within 30 days to get my $100 worth of wine.
Does it have states that are excluded on it?
Well, of course Utah's excluded.
Well, I think there might be a way you can do it.
No, there's no.
You sure?
You can't ship wine. You can't ship wine.
You can to the liquor store.
Yeah, how does that work now?
I think there might be a way you can have it shipped to the liquor store.
Because Pro Flowers did the same thing. They would send, thank you for your purchase, and here's, X amount of dollars at a wine store, and I could never use them. I'd send them to Drew in California, and he used them. Yeah.
Well, I posted this on Twitter, so probably somebody has stolen my codes already. I would love to know if somebody got that and is getting their $100 worth of wine. But Land's End knows what parents need when they're getting ready for school this year, and I think $100 worth of wine is a great school supply to supply for parents.
You said it's upon us. I think you said Catholic school is upon us. Is that's a Catholic holiday I'm not familiar with?
Upon us?
What is the Catholic
Saint
holiday
upon
of
us.
upon us? Saint upon us. What is
the
that?
patron saint of quarantines is
Saint upon us.
Yeah, so what's here? It's happening. It's school. We're doing school.
Okay.
Now, I have never ordered a case of anything from the liquor store. Never done that. And Sue told me that I should order a couple of cases of those sparkling wines in the can that Jimmy had for us last week. And so I just went, can I do that online, or do I need to go down there? I've never done that before.
I don't know for sure, but I know you can do it.
Yeah.
You probably need to go down
I think
there,
you have to go there.
And see,
or you might be able to online because they could verify your they could verify your information online.
Yeah, it sounds like a question for Jimmy the wine guy next time we have him on.
Well, I can't wait that long, can I?
I need to drink now.
The weekend is coming, Gina.
And unfortunately, there's no other way to contact Jimmy other than just when he's on our show.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damnedest thing.
All right. All right, before we get to Sean Means, X Days of Xmas.
Yes, you're celebrating every day at 8, 2, and 5, and you could win all kinds of prizes. You can win all 10 if you go to x96.com. All 10 prizes and a PlayStation 5, potentially, so you can enter to win that there. But for the X Days today, it's powered by Quick Quack Car Wash. Win a 3-month membership to Quick Quack Car Wash with this keyword. Text it to 33986, and you could be the winner. Keyword is car, C-A-R, car. Text that to 33986.
All right. 8:05, is this a sponsored feature?
Yes, Dr. Volt's Comic Connection is pleased to announce month-long December sale, back issue store-wide or up to 50% off. Ask for weekly specials only at Dr. Volt's.
Okay, thank you.
Well, here he is, Sean Means. He is the culture reporter for the Salt Lake Tribune. He's a film reviewer, a movie critic. You can read Sean's stuff at sltrib.com, or you can find everything collected at moviecricket.net. Good morning, Mr. Means.
Good morning.
How are you and your family? Are you well?
Oh, doing quite well. Very busy this week.
Okay.
All right, let's begin with these. You're giving some high ranks this time around. So where do you want to start with promising young women? Or
well, we're going to skip this week's movies for two reasons. One, I was very busy and couldn't get to any of them, and two, none of them looked really appealing. If you want to watch Mila Jovovich in another video game-based movie, there's Monster Hunter, and that's about the or you can watch Hilary Swank do a Fatal Attraction type thing.
Well, I'm there for the Mila Jovovich.
Yeah,
I'm there for that. Yeah.
So for next week, Christmas Day, since I won't be here, there's a lot of good stuff coming out, including the new Wonder Woman on Christmas Day, which I have not yet seen yet. I will see that actually tomorrow. But we'll talk about three here. Promising Young Woman. This was a very big controversial movie at Sundance this last go around. Stars Carey Mulligan as a former med student, and she has a very particular routine. She will go into a bar, act very drunk, wait for some guy to take her home to his place, and then when he starts doing not nice things, she suddenly appears very sober, and the man in question is like very and she does this as we discover as the movie goes on. There's a reason she does this, and it involves something from her past when she was in medical school. It is very stylishly done. The director, Emerald Fennell, who is the showrunner for Killing Eve. This is her first feature film, and it is really well done. It is very in your face about the issues of the way men act toward women, and Carey Mulligan is just amazing in it. So it's also got a really good performance actually. Bo Burnham, the comedian.
The comedian, yeah.
In a serious role, and is really good. So but it's definitely challenging.
What's it called again?
It's A Promising Young Woman.
How many stars do you give it?
3.5.
3.5.
Cool.
All right. Well, and that you also like News of the World with Tom Hanks.
Yes, this is. Tom Hanks and Paul Greengrass worked together on Captain Phillips. Greengrass directed that, and they're together again. This is 5 years after the Civil War, and Hanks plays a former Confederate captain who is now on the road around Texas, going from town to town, and for a dime a shot, he reads the news to people. Reads the papers from far and near, so that people can find out what's going on where they don't live.
Yeah.
As he's on the road doing this, he runs into he finds a girl who is abandoned and alone, and she was kidnapped as a small child by an Indian tribe, and she's being relocated back to the only white relatives she has, and he winds up taking care of this girl to take her on the road back to where she's supposed to go, and things happen along the way.
Yeah.
It is really beautifully done. Again, the western landscapes are a great sort of backdrop for this story of this lone ex-soldier sort of making peace with his new life and befriending this girl.
This sounds like it's based on a true story, is it?
No, it's based on a novel.
Oh, okay.
That came out a few years ago.
All right.
It's really beautifully done, and of course Hanks. You can't go wrong with Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
So,
It's called News of the World.
3.5 News of the World. Yep.
3.5 stars. News of the world. All right.
Yep.
So
Excellent.
Soul, Pixar.
Soul, yes, Pixar on Christmas Day, Disney Plus. They decided finally that they were sick of waiting for the theaters to open. They are going to put Pixar's new movie Soul on Disney Plus on Christmas Day. So that's Disney's
at no
corporate
extra
present
charge.
to all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not doing an upsell like they did with Mulan. So this is really nice. You have a Joe who is a jazz musician who is not very successful as a jazz musician. So he makes money by being a middle school teacher, music teacher. And he gets the one chance in his life to play with a real star jazz player. And on that day, he falls in a manhole cover in New York, falls through a manhole, and suddenly he is transported to the great beyond, to the walkway toward, and his soul is being taken to where you go. And he's like he doesn't accept this, so he sort of jumps the track and ends up in what's called the Great Before, where he finds out how the whole soul industry works. And how,
it's kind of high concept for a cartoon, ain't it?
It's very high concept for a cartoon, but of course it is, because it's directed by Pete Docter, who did Inside Out and Up and Monsters Inc., and he is the most sort of conceptual of the Pixar directors.
Yes.
I mean, if he can do What If Feelings Had Feelings in Inside Out, he's doing the same thing here with. So he meets a soul who has not been put into Earth yet, and who shows him around and the setup, and he's determined to get back into his own body.
Who are some of the voices in this, Sean?
Joe's voiced by Jamie Foxx.
Okay.
And the soul that he meets, named who's called 22, is voiced by Tina Fey.
Yay!
Excellent. Okay. All right.
They're the main ones.
It sounds to me like you really like this.
It is really charming. It is, visually striking. The way that the conception of how the soul world works is just the animation is amazing. It is, it is almost up there with Inside Out, but I really love the way that Pixar thinks through everything in a story like this, and the contrast between the sort of ethereal soul world and the really New York City views, which are just really perfectly done. It's a very photoreal sort of look of New York City.
How many stars?
3.5. It's
3.5.
It's really charming, and like I said, after you've done all the presents and nothing else to do, pop it on your Disney Plus and.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to write that down. Presents and then Disney Plus. Okay. All right, Sean Means, thank you very much. We hope you have a good holiday. Stay safe. Keep your family safe, and and enjoy the light displays in Rose Park.
Talk to you next year. All right.
Merry Christmas to y'all.
Thank you very much. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash with considerable slowage, it looks like, as far as UDOT's website is concerned. Northbound I-15 milepost 299 at the I-215 junction in Murray. It's affecting both left and right sides of the road there. We've got a crash eastbound I-84. This is up in Tremonton at milepost 29. Crash southbound SR 36 at Village Boulevard. This is in Tooele County on the right shoulder there. And I'll check our messages, see if friends of the program have texted anything. If you have, I'm sure you did it while you weren't driving and you were being safe.
Sure.
Nothing there, but if you see something, 33986. Injured in an accident. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahodvocates.com.
Let's see, we've got boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, he was heroically standing up for President Trump. Number 2, hey, let's get him infected. And number 3, I think my mom's doctor is my dad.
All right. Round 2 of your boners coming up, along with Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Stand by for that. And now let's go to Brenna from BuiltBar.com.
You know, Brenna, we've talked about the Built Bars a lot, and they're delicious and wonderful protein bars. We've talked about the bites. Let's talk about this Immune Plus, this boost that Built Bar has. What is this exactly?
Yes, great question, and I hope you guys get to try yours soon. So the Boost Immune Plus is similar to Emergency or Airborne, but in my opinion, I think it tastes way better, and it has some really cool superfoods in them that are great with, you know, your cognitive thinking, your body's natural way to fight viruses, infections. One of those ingredients is echinacea. It's loaded with zinc, vitamin C. It has 100% of your daily vitamins, and it's 0 calorie. And so the Immune Boost Plus came out with 3 flavors, and that's the pomegranate green apple.
That's the one I got right here.
Oh, wonderful. Yes. You'll have to try that and tell me what you think.
I will.
The apricot pineapple is another flavor, and then lemon lime.
Mm.
And so I really like it in the morning, you know, just to get my body started with some really great superfoods, with some great, you know, daily vitamins, and then I chase that with a Built Bar. So I get my protein and my vitamins.
Can you use the promo code and still get this sent to you at a discount for your first order?
Absolutely. You guys have a great deal for all your listeners. You just go to BuiltBar.com and you can get your Boost Immune Plus or your Built Bites or your Built Bars. So it's really great opportunity to snag these.
Use the promo code X20 when you go to BuiltBar.com. Brenna, thanks a lot. Remember, you're buying local when you buy Built Bar. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized.
Time once again for one of our new regular features. It's called
Hello, Sailor Boys!
I have sailor mail from Festus, who's at boot camp at the Recruit Training Command in Great Lakes, Illinois. It says,
Festus is Gina's son, ladies and gentlemen. Most of you know that, but it doesn't help to reset.
Hey, Mama, 19 days till graduation. I've been a lot busier the last few days, and being busy makes it more bearable living with 90 18 to 25-year-old males. It's usually hard enough just living with myself. We passed our bunk makeup and personnel inspections almost flawlessly and are currently at the top of our training group.
Now wait, so they inspect their bunk, they inspect their makeup, and they have training sessions. I didn't know they wore makeup.
Apparently.
You know, that camouflage makeup, you know.
Our drill or marching inspection is in 2 days, so we've been marching for at least 2 hours a day to practice for the coming week. Next week, we're going to do guns. You know how much I love guns. USA, USA. And the week after that, firefighting training. We're pretty much on our way to being the cat's pajamas, but like in a cool military way. Last night for dinner, we had pulled pork and potatoes, too, so you could say it could be worse. Yeah. By the way, I think Pulled Pork and Pistols should be the next Clint Eastwood movie, probably if he hasn't died already. Has he? I want to know everyone who's died since I've been here. I missed the news. I really went from 0 to 100 knowing everything that was going on, coming here and knowing diddly squat. So give me the headlines. By the way, I appreciate the friends of the program that have sent me letters telling me what's going on, too. I love you so much, and I can't wait to see you when I get out. And the mountains. I also want to see the mountains. Sorry if you haven't gotten my letters. The Navy's mid-pandemic postal service is not up to par, but I'm getting more of them recently. P.S. I know my handwriting is atrocious, but really, who was expecting any more than that? Love, Festus. I also got a message from his wife yesterday who said, has Festus called you today? No, I haven't talked to him. He hasn't called me the whole time he's been gone. He gets a few phone calls, and they always go to his wife.
Mm-hmm. How long has he been gone now?
He left on July 26th.
Okay.
So, I said, no, he didn't call me today. Why? Is anything wrong? And she said, well, I was driving and I missed his call, and I'm wondering if he called you instead. I said, no, I didn't hear from him. Let me know, because they have scheduled calls, so you're close to your phone when it's supposed to happen. And she texted me a little while later, and she said, well, he was supposed to get a long phone call from me, but someone in his division thought it'd be funny to put shaving cream in somebody else's boot, and so the whole division didn't get their phone calls.
Oh,
really?
Those swabbies, those jacktars.
Really? This far in, we're still doing stuff like...
That's what you do when you sail the 7 seas.
So, they punished the entire unit?
Yes.
Because one guy?
Yes.
Yes, because you are supposed to be as one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be that one guy.
So
I
can you
saw
imagine?
Full Metal Jacket. I know how they take it out on you, you know?
Can you imagine saying, I get to call my wife, I haven't talked to my wife in a week, and I get a 5-minute window of a phone call, and they take it away from me because some jerk in my division decides to fill a boot with shaving cream.
I saw what happened.
the Navy for you.
I saw what happened to Vincent D'Onofrio in Full Metal Jacket. The socks with soap in them, you know.
Yeah.
They hold him down, and I don't want to be that guy.
No.
Well, don't join, and don't put cream in anybody's boot.
No.
Well.
But I want to thank friends of the program again. I got lots of letters for Festus that I've been printing off and sending to him, and yes, he appreciates the news, as he keeps saying. It would be hard, like for us, we do this every day, and we are very involved in the news. Can you imagine being, I know Carrie tries to go on blackout sometimes, but can you imagine being not even having access to the news if you wanted it? Like, you have no idea.
It would be delightful.
You think so, but it would drive me crazy.
Well, it's like I said, it's because of what I do for a living that I'm paying attention to things. If I was not doing what I do for, this radio show and Geek Show podcast, I wouldn't pay attention. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. Going up against the winner of round 1. That happened an hour ago. But we'll pick the winner here. We'll send them both into Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day with Boner Fight. Right now, pick a champion to send forward from this, round 2. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
You'll receive it in your email inbox, an electronic gift certificate to Diversion Eatery. Go to diversioneatery.com to see their menu.
Boner candidate number 1. Listen, he was heroically standing up for President Trump. A former Houston Police Department captain was arrested and charged for running a man off the road and pointing a gun at his head in an attempt to prove claims of massive voter fraud scheme in Harris County, according to a news release from the Harris County DA's office. Mark Anthony Aguirre, 63 years old, was arrested by Houston police on Tuesday and charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which is a second-degree felony, punished by up to 20 years in prison.
This is 100% Trump's fault, by the way.
I agree. He crossed the line from dirty politics to commission of violent crime, and we are lucky nobody was killed, said Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg. His alleged investigation was backward from the start, first alleging a crime had occurred, and then trying to prove that it happened. According to the court documents, Mr. Aguirre told police, Officer Aguirre told police that he was part of a group of private citizens called the Liberty Center, who were conducting a civilian investigation into the alleged ballot scheme. According to Aguirre, he'd been conducting surveillance for 4 days on a man who was allegedly the mastermind of a giant voter fraud scheme. Aguirre told authorities the man was hiding 750,000 fraudulent ballots in a truck that he was driving. Instead, the victim turned out to be an innocent air conditioner repairman, court documents said. Aguirre ran his SUV into the back of the truck to get the technician to stop and get out, according to court documents. When the technician got out, Aguirre pointed a handgun. Again, Officer Aguirre pointed a handgun at the technician, forced him to the ground, put his knee on the man's back until police came, because he was that sure, I guess.
Well, he surveilled him. He stalked him for 4 days. So
Aguirre allegedly directed police to a parking lot nearby where another suspect, who has not been identified, took the truck. According to court documents, there were no ballots in this truck.
No.
The truck was filled with air conditioning parts and tools.
Yes.
Now, he had left the police force. A Texas billionaire, crazy Trumpy Texas billionaire, hired 20 private investigators, which this is what Aguirre was. He was not a police officer at the time he did this. He had left the police force and was a private investigator, but this Texas billionaire hired... That's what that Liberty thing is that you said.
Yeah.
That their sole purpose is to try to prove the fraud that didn't happen.
I know it did. It had to have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 1. He was heroically defending Donald Trump.
this is how deep the paranoia is and the conspiracy stories are.
Well, and he has a plan to go look for ballots in a basement of a pizzeria as well. So
Yeah, sure.
Boner candidate number 2. This is going to be hard for you. Let's get them infected. We want them infected. A Trump appointee demanded herd immunity strategy, emails reveal. It may be that it will be best if we open up and flood the zone and let kids and young folk get infected in order to get herd immunity, natural exposure. This is according to a Trump administration official who demanded that that's what we work toward. There's no other way. We need to establish herd immunity, and it only comes about allowing the non-high-risk groups exposing themselves to the virus, period. That's what so-called science advisor Paul Alexander wrote in July to his boss, Health and Human Services Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs Michael Caputo, and 6 other senior officials. Infants, kids, teens, young people, young adults, middle-aged with no conditions, etc., they have little to zero risk. So we use them to develop herd immunity. We want to get them infected. This Trump administration official, so-called science advisor, said. Boner candidate number 2. Let's get them infected.
Meanwhile, don't call Jill Biden a doctor. And Pete Buttigieg isn't qualified. Yeah, we got this going on.
Here's Boner candidate number 3 coming up in a moment. I think my mom's doctor is my dad.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinionuendo brought to you by...
Soak away the time and rest your mind. Cosset Bath & Body is specially formulated therapy bombs that can heal the body and melt away stress while you're in your own home. CossetBathAndBody.com.
I was excited to learn this. Gwen Stefani says that Blake Shelton has a lot of different sides to him that the public just doesn't see.
You were
A lot of
excited
different
about
sides.
that.
He's a sensitive. He's an artist. He's
Is he now?
sensitive. He's an artist. She said, I've never met somebody that's just so interesting, she said, about Blake Shelton. The couple announced their engagement in October after 5 years of dating. Stefani, who was 51, I didn't realize she was that much older than Blake Shelton. He's only 44. She says he is so laid back, he likes to just hang out on the farm in Oklahoma rather than lead a stereotypical glamorous celebrity lifestyle. You know what his true love is, don't you? It's nature. I mean, he can just name every tree and bush and snake on his property. That's an oak tree. That's a garden snake right there. That's a shrub.
I can
right
see him
there.
doing that.
Pyracantha berry. That's what that is. Okay, I was just excited to hear that. I was also excited to hear, Carrie, did you see this?
What's that?
David Bowie unreleased songs coming out.
Yes, sometime early January.
One by an unreleased song. These are two songs that were never released. One by John Lennon called Mother, and one by Bob Dylan called Trying to Get to Heaven. They'll be released on 7-inch and digitally on January 8th, which in 2021, that would have been Bowie's 74th birthday.
Hopefully we'll have them. We can play them for you by then.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Both tracks will be on a 7-inch vinyl called the Birthday Single, limited to only 8,000, 9,000 copies, and that the cover of the Lennon classic Mother, which is from the 1970 LP classic Plastic Ono Band, was recorded for a planned but never released Lennon tribute album, and then the Dylan song was recorded at New York's Looking Glass Studio during the mixing sessions for the liveandwell.com live album. So that'll be interesting to hear those. I think I've heard that John Lennon song before. It's
the Bowie version or the Lennon song?
No, the Lennon version.
Oh, yeah, it's a good song.
Yeah. New COVID-19 death record in the U.S. Hospitalizations at an all-time high. Wednesday's figures mark the third time that U.S. deaths topped 3,000 in a single day. 3,000 of your friends and neighbors, your family members. 3,000 deaths. Generally, midweek death figures have marked the highest numbers due to how states report the deaths. All told, a 7-day average of coronavirus deaths of your friends and neighbors and family members indicates that there are nearly 2,500 related coronavirus deaths per day in the United States. Let's see. So this is, look, you may not agree with things that people do who are in positions of power to affect your life. School board members among them. I don't know anything about this school board member. His name is Darrell Robinson. He is a school board member for the Jordan School District. I don't know if he makes good decisions or bad decisions, but he doesn't deserve your death threats, whatever he does. He doesn't deserve people being so mean to him that he has said, I can't do this anymore. I used to be a patient person. I used to be able to withstand criticism, but I think COVID has made us all lose values that we once held, and I can't take the.
So what are they upset with? What is?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There is no reason, and I just feel bad for the guy. I mean, I may ultimately not like his decisions, but I feel bad for him. That he has to put up with people threatening his life.
No, I mean, think about it. I think that we should all stay home and not teach school in person. I think that they should be teaching in person. Death threats are the currency of politics these days, and it stinks.
Yeah, there's a picture of him here. This is a story from, let's see which outlet it was. It was from Channel 2. There's a picture of the poor guy sitting here crying.
Yeah.
You just can't take it anymore.
Oh, and there was a mayor of a town that just resigned because she was
Dodge City.
Dodge City. She was getting death threats.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. It's just sickening, people.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I don't like what the Brad Wilson at the state legislature did, or Brad Last the saying about the school, the school teachers not getting bonuses in the Salt Lake District. That's what I can say. I don't like it. And I won't. I hope people vote you out of office But death threats, just not. Please. Police are investigating. Authorities investigating. A driver kept crashing into the side of the Peary Hotel.
Not drunk, apparently.
Really?
Nope.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Is there an update?
Well, the story is that he was being attempting to flee police and not drunk.
Oh, yeah, it says here it was originally being investigated as a DUI, but Salt Lake City police later clarified that the man was not under the influence. A concerned citizen reported seeing a vehicle hitting a building, that's the Peary Hotel on West Temple. Firefighters happened to be in the area, saw the vehicle, followed him to the driver crashing into two other vehicles. The firefighters jumped in, detained him. The police arrived and had to pull the driver out of the car. He's now in custody. Authorities say they did discover prescription drugs in the vehicle, but whether he was under the influence or not saying. Attorney General Sean Reyes, he's joined with Texas in another lawsuit. Joined
Could
Utah.
we do the business of the state of Utah, please, Sean? Could you stop doing?
He would argue that this is the business of the state of Utah. So Texas is going after Facebook.
Google.
Google, that's right, Google. And so Sean Reyes is joining Utah with 9 other states against Google, claiming the company is engaging in anti-competitive conduct in its online advertising industry. Well, that may be, but I think Sean Reyes should not be doing anything. I don't think he should be conducting, doing the business of the state of Utah or anything else.
We need to get him out of there. Yeah. All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
So the Jazz are on the road tonight. They play the Los Angeles Clippers at 8 o'clock. And in the NFL, Chargers and the Raiders, that is at 6:20 tonight. Weather, we've got people reporting some snow already starting in some places. It wasn't supposed to get going until later this morning, but you may be seeing it already, and you'll all be seeing it at some point today and into tonight. There is a 100% chance of rain and or snow for us today. Could get some accumulation, and we'll have a low of 24 overnight. Tomorrow we'll have a little bit of snow in the morning, and then things clearing up and being sunny in the afternoon tomorrow. Today we'll have a high of 39. Traffic, we've got roadway restriction SR 190 in Big Cottonwood Canyon. Let's see, approved traction devices 4x4 required for all vehicles going up there. We've got a crash, let's see. That one northbound I-15 in Murray looks like it's cleared up because I see a green camera now going through Murray area, so that one must not be a problem. But if you see a problem, and it's safe for you to text, please let us know, 33986. Save up to $120 off Yokohama, Continental, and Goodyear tires with financing available only at your local Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Here's boner candidate number 3. I think my mom's doctor is my dad. A woman says that a Detroit family doctor fathered hundreds of babies, which included her. The woman says she took a DNA test and traced it back to her family's doctor. Jamie Hall says that Dr. Peven...
Oh, no, really?
P-E-V-E-N.
Peven.
Peven. But it's funnier to say Peven. Who is now 104 years old.
Wow.
Admitted to fathering her and potentially hundreds of others, and says it was a group of doctors who were doing this for decades. I think my mom's doctor is my dad, Ms. Hall said. The woman says she couldn't believe it when she took a DNA test through Ancestry.com. The results came back, her family doctor being the person who had actually fathered her. I said, did you ever think that DNA would bring back all of your biological children to you? And he said, oh, no. She says that after she went to the home to ask him about the DNA results, the rest home where he lives, Hall says she wasn't the only person who took a test. shortly after she had received a call from a half-brother. He had done more research than this, and he said, you have another half-brother that you can call today. It's his birthday, and he'd love to get a sister, hear from a sister on his birthday. She says her parents, who have both died, had no idea that Dr. Peven used his own sperm. Paul says that she believes Dr. Peven was more, or Peven, I like Peven, was more of a scientist and a doctor second. He said to me, I was on the cutting edge. I was a pioneer to be doing what I was doing at my practice. Oh, man. He admitted to fathering her and potentially hundreds of others. His daughter by marriage said to me once, Dad, you could have hundreds, maybe thousands of kids. No. And he said, I guess that's true. I started donating my sperm in 1940. Boner candidate number 3. I think my mom's doctor is my dad.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, he was heroically standing up for President Trump. A former police officer in Houston, on a crusade to stop voter fraud, pulled over an air conditioner salesman and found nothing and threatened the guy's life.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 2, let's get them infected. We want them infected. That's what a so-called science advisor to the Trump administration was saying about young people and COVID-19. Let's get them infected. We could have the herd immunity, you know? And boner candidate number 3, I think my mom's doctor is my dad.
All right, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. But we'll take both of these champions and put them against each other for Boner Fight. Boner Fight happens at 9:20. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day. So right now, pick your champion to send forward from this round 2. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake in the studios at 877-602-9696. Speak to a human being. Or go online, x96.com, look for a box that says Boner Voting December 17, 2020. If you don't see that box, refresh your browser. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 2 of your Boner Voting. Here we go. Hey, what's happening downtown?
Go to this website. Downtown.
Okay, I'll go right now.
Okay. DowntownSLC.org/dollars.
Okay.
Dollars.
It'll make your shopping budget go even further while helping out hundreds of downtown businesses at the same time with Downtown Dollars. These are electronic gift cards. When you buy a $75 Downtown Dollars e-gift card, you'll automatically receive an extra $25 in bonus bucks. So buy $50 Downtown e-gift card, and you'll get an extra $10 in bonus bucks. So Downtown Dollars,
like free money.
That's exactly right, Gina. Absolutely.
Well, this is an interesting thing. I just went to the website, and businesses should buy these and give them to their employees for their Christmas bonuses.
Oh, that's a good
like
idea.
Getting a little extra bonus there.
So there you are, DowntownSLC.org/dollars.
When radio from hell.
It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back, and that has made it difficult for me to. Well, it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually.
Uh-huh.
And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always put on a little weight on vacation. Mm-hmm. So a lack of exercise for a month and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
Pineapple? Drinking.
a lot of
Empty calories.
empty calories. Thank you. That would you please? Damn it, Gina! Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I say, oh, is Ann Flo here? You know, I don't say what, John the Rag. You having a period?
You're trying to be funny.
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained 10.
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
I think you always say that though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry, I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says, you look fine. I think it's you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people. Because I look at you, and I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know.
I keep my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really? That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband say now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, my God, why didn't you go to the doctor?
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
yeah,
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
yeah,
Boots,
no,
get in there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Exactly.
Which I'm glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No, he just keeps his head down and does his job.
Right, 8:49. Let's award round 2 of your boners.
This is you could tell this is a good round of boner voting because it's really even spread. The votes are spread out among all 3 candidates. So it's brought to you in part by latkes, potato latkes.
Nice.
And Diversion Eatery offers brunch weekends from 11 to 3. Try the steak and egg poutine with a Bloody Mary or mimosa. It's the best. Open daily for dine-in or takeout, 535 North 3rd West. Check out the menu at diversioneatery.com.
We had boner candidate number 1. He was he was heroically standing up for President Trump. This is a former Houston police officer on a crusade to stop voter fraud. He staked out this guy, knew that he was behind some voter fraud, followed him. Finally, he made his move. He ran the guy's van off the road, pulled a gun on him, held him prisoner until the van was checked out. And he said, I know that van is full of stolen ballots. Nope. Air conditioning parts. Boner candidate number 2, let's get them infected. A former Trump administration appointee demanding herd immunity strategy by having young people get COVID. That's what we need to do, he said. And boner candidate number 3, I think my mother's doctor is my dad. This guy, he's still alive, 104 years old, retired doctor, but he worked in fertility clinic, and apparently he used his own sperm, beginning in the 40s, to impregnate various women who came to his medical practice. Mary Beth won a Diversion Eatery gift card. Any predictions on who won?
I want to
Number
say
1.
I want to say number 2, but
Carrie, you would be correct. Number
really?
2, let's get them infected.
that's a good one. All right, there you go. That's the winner of round 2. It now goes forward to Boner Fight up against the winner of round 1's voting. One of those 2 will be Boner of the Day, and you will decide that at 9:20 this morning with Boner Fight.
It's been on my mind for a couple of days, and I keep meaning to mention it. And I need to call Dave Mattson, the flower guy, and his aunt. The pressing thing now, just to very quickly recap, Dave lost his mom. She died. It's been about 2 months now, hasn't it?
Leukemia.
Yeah, and she was all Dave had in the world. They shared an apartment and lived together for years and years and years. Now Dave is still in that same apartment, but it's too expensive for him. Dave, the flower guy, he mows lawns, he sells flowers. In the winter, he does, odd jobs. He's the hardest working guy and the most honest guy that you'd ever want to meet.
He's best Utahn. He won that award.
And we started GoFundMe for Dave because we knew it would be tough. And our listeners came through just beautifully. And there's a lot of money raised there. And I think there's still money going into it. If you just look for Dave Mattson on GoFundMe, there's still money going into it. But we're trying to set up a trust, and that's all being handled by Wade Taylor, or an attorney that we know. But I don't think we found a place for Dave to live yet. His aunt, who lives in Wyoming, who's trying to help, but it's kind of hard for her to do it remotely. And I guess I just want to say, and I'll call Dave later today and see. I'm pretty sure they haven't resolved it, or I would have heard. That where he's living now, it's just too expensive for him. But he wants to stay in the downtown area. I think he pays like $1,000 a month right now for rent. So anybody who if you know anything about how to get housing for somebody who's in Dave's situation, I mean, he can pay rent, just not that much. And, like some of the leads that we've come up with have fallen through, and it just hasn't been working out yet.
What sort of living situation does he need? Does he
he
need
wants
assistance?
No.
Does he need...
No, he's fine. It's mainly just, it'd be nice if it was like on the ground floor, but he just needs something less expensive. he can live independently. He does that just fine. But he just needs something less expensive. And I mean, if you mean by assistance, maybe you mean.
No, I meant just day-to-day living.
Yeah, but if there's any kind of assistance, like any kind of government programs or rent subsidized programs, we just haven't been able to find anything at this point. So if you know, and the one requirement, Dave really doesn't want to move out of the downtown area, which is tough because that's where rents are the most expensive.
Mm-hmm.
But he depends on being in the central city area because of that's where all of his lawn mowing business is and all of that. So anyway, just if you know anything about how to help Dave with housing assistance, just send email to bill@x96.com. bill@x96.com, and I'll follow up all the leads I can. Everything we've done so far to followed up leads, and they've kind of just fizzled out. A really nice woman, I don't have her name in front of me, paid Dave's rent for a month.
Oh, nice.
She just said, I'm happy to do it, and she paid it.
You know who's a really good friend of Dave? Ivy at Boozteak.
I know.
315 East Broadway, that's where she is.
Gosh, you're good.
She's open 11 to 7 in downtown Salt Lake, or you can go to boozteakslc.com. Wine and cocktail accessories, gifts, cards, free parking, just steps away from the wine store.
All right.
That's right.
Yeah, I think Ivy sees Dave almost every day.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you can help out with that, certainly do. And we'll tell you how you can help with the homeless with the road home. Coming up in some of our next breaks. That Mediathon is Monday and Tuesday. Be ready to donate. This is when we need you to break out your credit cards and go to x96.com and donate. If you want to donate now, you can, and there is a match in place. But we're coming down to Monday and Tuesday for the Mediathon. That's when the big competition happens, and we try to raise as much money as we can just before Christmas. So be ready for that. Warm up your credit cards is what I'm saying. Pull them out. Blow on them, get them ready. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, the traction law is in effect for both Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. Make sure you're properly equipped with traction devices before traveling up or down the canyon. And that snow starting in areas, and it's going to be an issue for most of us later today and tonight and tomorrow morning. So just make sure when you're driving you leave some extra space between you and the car in front of you and slow down. And our Utah Highway Patrol would like to remind you that if you see cars off to the side of the road, whether they're having mechanical problems or if they've been pulled over by the police, please avoid those if you can, because when conditions get slick, every storm we hear of cars sliding into people on the side of the road and getting hurt. So slow down for that if you could. And if you do see something and it's safe for you to text it to us, 33986 is where you do that. During the season of inspiration at Young Mazda, lease the new 2021 Mazda CX-5 Sport all-wheel drive for only $245 per month. See the selection at youngmazdautah.com. Young Mazda, think young, drive young, offer OAC.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Your potty break song on the way. We got Boner Fight coming up. Stand by for all of that. Brooklinen.com. Now, just let me give you this info so that you can go there. And remember, if you enter the promo code Jackson, my last name, Jackson, you will get 10% off your first order plus free shipping. Those are words that get most online shoppers very excited, the free shipping part. But be ready for that. Now, Brooklinen, they've got a lot of stuff on their web. They're known for their sheets, but they've started to expand on their website. And if you go there, you can find stuff for all throughout the home. Everything from artwork to, their sheets, but bath towels are very big. They're moving into your bathroom. They're just trying to make your home into a nice little spa-like oasis, since we're all spending more time there. We love our Brooklinen sheets here, but while you're there with this deal, you can buy sheets, bedding, pillows, all at once and save even more. So don't wait. Do something nice for yourself. Go to brooklinen.com, use the promo code Jackson, and you will get 10% off your first order and free shipping. So that's BROOKLINEN.com and the promo code Jackson, Jackson, for 10% off your first order plus free shipping. Excuse me. I'm looking at the word checkout here, and that's what got me. Plus free shipping. So brooklinen.com, the promo code Jackson at checkout.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities like 18 Fingers of Death.
So, tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo Lamas?
Yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Oh.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "will work for Kung Fu for money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
Oh, 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
There we go.
Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry today, sir. No Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
So you saw this video a week or so ago about the guy strapped a GoPro to his dog, to see what the dog did while he was at work.
I didn't see it.
It was disturbing because the dog didn't have a moment's rest. It was nervous and frightened
in the house.
And
He's never coming back. He's never coming
it would hear noises outside and be on alert, and it terrified me because I thought to myself about my dog Ripley. I was just convinced because she can be a little high strung, and I was just convinced that
I don't think she's big enough to strap a GoPro to. It'd be too heavy.
We did not do that. We did, however, a friend of ours gave us this drop cam.
What is it? What is that?
It's a live camera that we set up.
Like a nanny cam?
Like a nanny cam in the living room.
Are you looking at her right now?
This is broadcasting live from my living room right now.
Now, does she just stay in your living room during the day, or can she roam around the house?
That's what we wanted to know.
Oh.
Her favorite spot seems to be, we've set up a little kind of a table next to the window, and she likes to sit there and look out the window. So we watched her for a day. She didn't leave that spot.
Well, she's fine then. Don't you feel better?
She's sleeping.
Yeah.
All the time.
Well, that's good.
She's a teenager.
Exactly.
She talking back to you?
I thought she'd at least be on guard or a little on alert.
Nah.
No. She barely moves.
A bomb can go off in the front yard.
And that's the other thing is that it has a motion sensor. So it'll alert me. Motion is detected,
That never happens.
No.
She doesn't move.
She was a day. She was lying there.
Then she's perfectly comfortable. This should make you feel good.
Yes and no. She's kind of lazy. A little disappointed.
She's never going to amount to anything.
I think you ought to make her get a job.
Maybe. Require her to get a
little lazy dog.
Lazy dog. Maybe get her, a list of duties, chores.
Yeah.
You leave her list on the counter.
This has got to be done by the time I'm
get
home.
She can put a little paw print next to the one she's completed.
But yeah, that video of the dog that was freaking out, it was disturbing to watch. Made me very upset.
Somebody in the chat room says that most dogs are like that. That guy's dog is just a neurotic mess.
Really?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure my cat, who is a jerk when we're at home.
Jerk cat.
Mr. Fluffy Pants. I was sitting there yesterday. I was talking to my wife, and he came up and bit me on the arm for no reason. I'm just sitting there, like, ow, what are you doing? And it wasn't hard, but just kind of went and bit me on the arm. I'm certain that cat just sleeps all day, and then when we get home, goes crazy.
Well, it's because you're in its house.
Yeah.
When you get there.
Yeah. He just sleeps all day.
Do you think he's like a reincarnated dead person from somebody that hated you? And they're back to haunt you.
No.
No, you don't think so?
No, I don't.
He's biting you for no reason.
No,
maybe it's
I
a
don't.
reason from a past life.
No, I don't.
No?
No, I don't think that.
I think
I think he's a curse from God. God sent the cat to torment.
Officially.
No, he's just a rambunctious teenager who, when he bites me, I give him a little cuff up the side of the head, and he stops. I go, don't do that.
Okay, I'd like the Cajun grilled chicken sandwich plain. I just want the chicken and the bun. No cheese, no mayonnaise, no lettuce, tomato, onions, coleslaw. And can I get onion rings instead of fries? Yeah. And can I get bacon on that?
Bacon? Did you want to do the chicken club instead of the Cajun chicken?
No, you don't understand.
See, You see, what was your name again?
Kristen.
Kristen, you see, this is not a radio bit. You need to know that this is the way she really is, and no one believes us. We thought if we got it on tape, people would finally believe it.
All right. Did you want the Cajun seasoning?
Yes.
Yes.
And I would like the spicy Cajun mustard mayonnaise on the side.
Mayo on the side.
Don't put it on the sandwich.
No, I won't. No, trust me, I won't.
Thank you.
And the cheese?
No cheese.
No cheese.
No
at all.
cheese. No, just
Okay.
chicken.
All right.
Chicken bacon bun.
Onion
And
rings.
again, we're not trying to be difficult, just for the radio. This is real.
All right. Thank you.
I'm so very sorry.
That's all right. Don't be sorry. I would like to say I've had worse, but that's probably the worst.
And how long have you worked here?
Here, 6 months, but
Dealing with tourists every day and their weird ordering habits, this is the worst. I want it on record, ladies and gentlemen.
It's from an official professional waitress. I'm the worst.
And again, this is no exaggeration.
Congratulations, Gina. Congratulations.
You've earned your spot in the Hard Rock Hall of Fame.
She's here to get married, by the way.
congratulations.
And she's marrying a guy named Joe Jones. Maybe you as our waitress, I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Kristen.
Maybe Kristen, you as our waitress, you could warn Joe that it's still not too late.
Because I've been saying it every day, every hour, ever since we heard about this.
That's sad.
Yeah.
That's what we think.
Because on this day.
In 1958, Mike Mills, bass player for REM, was born.
Yeah, there you go.
Not born in Georgia. You think, oh, he was born in Georgia, right?
No, I wouldn't think that necessarily.
They from Georgia, the
They
band.
from Georgia, yeah.
Well, Athens, Georgia was a mecca for people all over the country for a while there.
It
For the
still
alternative
is.
music.
Yeah, it still is quite the music capital.
Is it?
But, oh yeah, they're still doing well with the music there in Athens. It's one of those little blips of blue in Georgia. Although apparently Georgia is now a blue state.
It's sort of gotten more liberal than it has been, sure. But I just wanted to mention in passing, and we don't have to do anything with this or have it go anywhere. But I started taking the Atlantic magazine, and
I do too.
and,
I love that magazine.
they've got I had never paid much attention to the Atlantic, but it's
Great
gotten
articles.
It's
Great
gotten very involved politically over the last couple of years, probably throughout the Trump administration. Do a lot of great investigative stuff. There's a writer for Atlantic. His name is McKay Coppins,
He's
and I
a
think he's
Mormon.
from Utah. He's a Mormon.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. He's a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day
Sorry.
Saints, and he's written some really good stuff. This time he has written something about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in the latest edition of the Atlantic.
Oh.
It's called The Most American Religion, and it's a story about the founding of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and also he has a rather lengthy interview with the president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Nelson.
Nelson. There's a T in there, Bill.
Yeah.
It's Nelson.
There you go, Russell Nelson, the president of the church, and
There was a big a Facebook thing, LDS Facebook thing going on after this article came out, because President Nelson was congratulating Joe Biden and saying we're going to get behind the president and we're all going to work. Lots of LDS people not happy with their own prophet for
doing the
huge
right thing.
Huge Facebook explosion of upset in the LDS community that their prophet was not Trumpy.
I'm anxious to. I haven't read it yet, but Coppins is. I've read other stuff he's written. He's a really good writer, so it'll be interesting to read about the LDS Church in a national publication.
Yeah, well, let me know. I'll be curious about that myself. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Boner Fight is on the way, along with a reasonable amount of news. Stand by for all of that. All right, let's go check in with Brianna Brown from Built Bar.
Hi.
Hello, how are you guys?
Well, I'd be better if I had some of those bites, those Built
I was
Bar
going to say, I'm
bites.
out of my Built Bars. I ate them all. I got to
Gary,
get
you
some more.
use the promo code X20 at BuiltBar.com, and you can get a discount on those if you order.
Tell people about the bites, Brenna. And this is a local product, by the way.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we are really excited for the bites. So we launched white chocolate for Black Friday, and they went crazy. They sold out. So white chocolate back for the Built Bites, and the Built Bites are a great fun-sized little protein bar. When you don't want a full protein bar, the Built Bites is just like a fun, the fun size for candy bars. This is like the fun size for protein bars. Super exciting. We have some great flavors that we released. White chocolate cookies and cream, white chocolate sea salt caramel, white chocolate cherry sundae, and white chocolate coconut deluxe. They are so good, and they're so holiday festive. They're great stocking stuffers, great, stopping that tantrum in the car if you have young kids like I do. They really love these, and they think they're eating candy, and I'm happy because they're getting their protein for the day.
Lots of protein, very low in calories, and they're delicious. So if you go to the website, BuiltBar.com, use the promo code X20, you can get a discount on those and any other product at Built Bar, right?
Yes, we have amazing products at Built Bar, like we touched on earlier. The Immune Boost Plus, which is a drink mix, and it gives you all your daily vitamins, protect you from, the sicknesses that are going around this time of year. Or you can get a mixed box of your favorite, Built Bars. So you can use that great discount code and fill up your cart. Get ready for the holiday season.
All right, Brenna, thank you. It's BuiltBar.com. Use the promo code X20. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
I just want the chicken and the bun. No cheese, no mayonnaise, no lettuce, tomato, onions, coleslaw. And can I get onion rings instead of fries? Yeah. And can I get bacon on that?
Bacon. Did you want to do the chicken club instead of the Cajun chicken?
No, you don't understand.
What was your name again?
Kristen,
you see, this is not a radio bit. You need to know that this is the way she really is, and no one believes us. So we thought if we got it on tape, people would finally believe it.
All right. Did you want the Cajun seasoning?
Yes.
Yes.
And I would like the spicy Cajun mustard mayonnaise on the side.
Mayo on the side.
Don't put it on the sandwich.
No, I won't. No, trust me, I won't.
Thank you.
And the cheese?
No cheese.
No cheese.
No
at all.
cheese. No, just chicken.
Okay. All right.
Chicken bacon bun.
Onion
And
rings.
again, we're not trying to be difficult, just for the radio. This is real.
All right.
I'm so very sorry.
That's all right. Don't sorry. I would like to say I've had worse, but that's probably the worst.
And how long have you worked here?
Here, 6 months, but
Dealing with tourists every day and their weird ordering habits, this is the worst. I want it on record, ladies and gentlemen.
It's from an official professional waitress. I'm the worst.
And again, this is no exaggeration.
Congratulations, Gina. Congratulations.
You've earned your spot in the Hard Rock Hall of Fame.
She's here to get married, by the way.
congratulations.
And she's marrying a guy named Joe Jones. Maybe you as our waitress. I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Kristen.
Maybe Kristen, you as our waitress, you could warn Joe that it's still not too late.
Because I've been saying it every day, every hour, ever since we heard about this.
That's sad.
Yeah.
That's what we think.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. It's 9:23 right now. We do have big boy, we have a boner fight coming up here in about 5 or 6 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Young Power Sports in Pleasant View is Utah's newest power sports dealer. They have the right Kawasaki, Suzuki, or Polaris machine for you to take on the dirt. Browse inventory at youngpowersports.com or come see them. Think young, ride young.
Deemed never to see the light of day, a new species of endemic troglobiontic centipede.
Excuse me?
I said endemic troglobiontic centipede.
Okay.
Just the word centipede, that's all you need there.
Okay.
A new species of centipede, there you go, was discovered by an international team of scientists in the Romanian cave Movil, a unique underground ecosystem where the oxygen in the air might be half of the amount of what we're used to, yet the sulfur abounds, and where this centipede's life only exists because of chemosynthetic bacteria feeding on carbon dioxide and methane. It's a hell cave.
Wow.
This hellish ecosystem, where breathing alone could be lethal for most of us, seems to have finally crowned its king. At a size of between 48 and 52 centimeters in length,
Oh.
the centipede, which is now being called Critops specularex, is the largest of the cave's inhabitants known to date. The new species is described as a giant centipede. Already isolated?
From hell. It should just,
From the hell cave.
From hell.
They put in parentheses, from the hell cave.
Carrie, I thought you were going to go Reby Jackson. I thought you were going to go...
To what?
Reby Jackson.
You know,
Her
Reby
song
Jackson.
Centipede.
Oh, no, I don't know that one. No, sorry.
I thought you were going to play a clip from the movie Human Centipede, but no.
No, I don't have any of those approved for air, but I have devil music.
Utah's frontline healthcare workers are now getting the COVID-19 vaccine, the beginning of a huge endeavor that in the latter half of 2021 may end with the community finally having herd immunity. That's hopefully what will be the result of people getting the vaccine for coronavirus. With the measles, it's estimated that 49% of the population has to be immune to establish herd immunity. Experts really don't know what the percentage is for COVID-19, but vaccinations are the quickest and least deadly way to get there. Well, Robert Spendlove, a Republican representative from Sandy, Utah,
oh boy,
says he supports vaccinations.
Okay.
But
Just
he
stop
understands.
there. Oh, no.
But, there's a but, sorry, Gina.
No.
But he understands that some people may object to getting shots. And as a result, he's proposing a bill for the January legislative session to block the state from mandating vaccinations, while not blocking individual businesses from imposing a requirement. As Spendlove puts it, we want to make sure that we're keeping government out of this process.
But you're doing...
That's what
He's putting government... Oh.
That comports with the fairly libertarian stance that the Utah legislature has taken in regards to fighting the COVID virus since March. In an April special session, lawmakers passed a bill to shield businesses from coronavirus-related lawsuits. But what he wants to do is pass a bill that makes it so that we can't mandate that people get the vaccination. In 1902, there was another epidemic or a pandemic, another epidemic, and the government mandated that people be vaccinated. They said, you have to be vaccinated. And if you are not vaccinated, we will fine you.
Because your behavior, where people get mixed up in the whole "it's my freedom" thing. Your behavior in these instances affects the health and safety of other people. This isn't about telling you what to wear or what to put in your body or any of that. Your being vaccinated or not affects other people. That's why the government should be able to say, if you want to live here in Utah, you have to have that.
And governments do have the authority to require vaccination. This 1902 smallpox outbreak in Massachusetts, the city of Cambridge, Massachusetts said, you want to live in Cambridge, Massachusetts? 1902, it's still a pretty good place to live. You have to have a smallpox vaccination. It's the law. You can do it.
Because it's in the best interest of the population.
The people who don't follow the law and don't get the vaccination, not only are they going to get fined, we're going to put them on a rocket ship and send them to another planet.
But now, see, you're making sense. This guy wants to make it so that you don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
He's an anti-vaxxer, essentially.
No. He says I think you should get the vaccination. I'm going to get it, but I don't think we should force you to.
This is
my freedoms guy. Okay, screw him. Get him out of there. Vote him out.
Or get a rocket ship and send him to another planet.
That's true. All right. Thank you.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
Next thing you know, we'll be mandating that everybody has to have a bowl of chili a day. All right, here we go. Boner candidate number 1 from the 7 o'clock hour. Because we need to punish them. The Utah State Legislature passing a bill which would give bonuses to school teachers who have heroically continued their jobs during the coronavirus pandemic. A $1,500 bonus for every teacher who has continued to teach in the classroom or online or some combination of both. But you have to have done both. And the Salt Lake City School District, they've not gone back into the classroom. They've only been teaching online. And so they put an amendment into the bill that said, you guys, you Salt Lake City school teachers, you can't get the bonus. We're not going to give it to you. That was Brad Wilson, who was the spearhead of that.
Mm-hmm.
You could vote him out. Mm-hmm. And that's going up against number 2. Let's just get them infected. A Trump administration science advisor saying that's what we need to do. We just need to get young people, we need to infect them with the coronavirus so that we can build up herd immunity. That's number 2.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these two candidates which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day for today. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. There you go. Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote, or you go online. X96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight. Dated for today, December 17, 2020. Now, chances are when you get there, that box may not appear. So refresh your browser once you get to the website, and it should appear, and you can vote online easy peasy. All right? You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day. UtahAdvocates.com. You can go there now, or 3 in the morning if you want, and live chat. You know, if you're shy, you can just live chat through the computer with an attorney. Or there's a phone number there where you can speak to an attorney about your case.
The website, UtahAdvocates.com.
Mm-hmm.
And the phone number, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The phone number is 801-355-5550. Talk to an attorney if you've been hurt in an accident.
Or you can just go to UtahAdvocates.com. And you should get a hold of them pretty early on in the process so you don't have to deal with your medical bills. Let them deal with them, and you worry about getting better.
So, again, the phone number is 801-355-5550. The website is UtahAdvocates.com. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for both of those. You can chat with an attorney for free. They don't charge you any money unless they take your case and get you a settlement.
Start your work
There's a great a little video that I tweeted early this morning at RFH Bill.
Well, let me go look.
It's a little video of some mayor somewhere in Wisconsin, I think.
Yeah.
He's doing his Groundhog's Day thing with
Like
Jimmy
you do.
the Groundhog.
Jimmy, that's
Sun
not a
Prairie-
groundhog name. It's not.
Why is Jimmy not a ground? Phil is a groundhog
Sure.
name. Why is Jimmy not a groundhog name? It's fine. If
Awfully
if
offensive
Princess
about Jimmy.
Good God, Gina, you derail the story.
Jimmy, that's not a ground.
Why does Carrie Fisher call her dog Gary? It's fine. Anyway, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, Jimmy the Groundhog, and the mayor Jonathan Freund is and he's an idiot. And I love the way they wrote this story on what is it, Gawker or Newsfeed? It's called Gawker's Newsfeed. Yeah. Low rent Punxsutawney Phil impersonator Jimmy the Groundhog has the easy annual task of predicting each February whether Sun Prairie, Wisconsin will experience 6 more weeks of winter. This year, the job got to him a little bit as he whispered his prognostication into Mayor Jonathan Freund's ear. The weather will be, got your ear, sucker! I'm biting your damn ear off. How do you like me now?
He gets a hold of it, too.
Yeah, he does.
He gets a good chomp in there.
Yeah. You watch the
He
watch the
keeps
little
going. The
video.
mayor keeps going, though. He doesn't stop.
Yeah, flinching from the savage attack on his soundy flaps, Freund attempted to translate the bite from groundhog to English. He didn't see his shadow, the shaken mayor stammered, so it will be in early spring. Jimmy's handler is obviously concerned about the integrity of the little biter's predictive record, later clarified that he had actually been attempting to indicate that winter would last another 6 weeks. It is Wisconsin, after all.
So the mayor got it wrong altogether.
Yeah. The mayor's office responded that only the mayor can translate Jimmy's prediction, the Milwaukee Sentinel-Journal reports. But it's a funny video. Watch the little
My
video.
question is, what kind of a mayor name is Jonathan? I mean, really?
It's a fine
That's
mayor
a terrible
name.
mayor
That's a
name.
fine mayor
No,
name.
that's a terrible name.
Jimmy is not a good name for a groundhog. Jimmy's a nice guy. Groundhogs are mean.
Gino, why don't you just shut up?
A texter points out Jimmy the Groundhog was part of the Gambino family.
Exactly.
That's your confusion. So
What?
Jimmy
Getting
is a
awfully
perfectly
defensive.
fine name for a groundhog. Who died and made you the namer of all things?
I'm not the namer of all things.
You sure act like it. No, Val Kilmer is not dead.
Yet.
And what kind of a name is Val for a Kilmer?
Exactly.
The Kilmers never named their children Val. What's wrong with them?
Mass. Mass. Spell it with me now. M-A-S-S. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, starring as our 2 Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Let's listen to the boys as they cut through Temple Square on their way to JB's for the breakfast buffet. Again, the word is Mass.
Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. It's a beautiful morning for a breakfast buffet at JB's, ain't it, LeVar?
Any morning is a beautiful morning when breakfast is all you can eat for one low price and when your best bud is buying.
Oh, what a beautiful... Wait, what? I thought it was your turn to buy.
No. I bought the last breakfast we had together down to the Circle K, remember? The chocolate milk and the Hostess pies.
Oh, right. I guess it is my turn to buy. Whew, Temple Square sure ain't as busy today as it gets during the general conference, is it?
Well, you said it.
But during conference, you sure can see that this church is the fastest growing religion in the world, huh? Of course, the Catholics are the biggest religion.
Catholics, Mass? There's more of them Islamics and Hare Krishnas than there are Catholics.
I meant Christian religions. You know what a Christian is, don't you, LeVar?
Well, of course I know, LeGrand. I myself am a White Angler Sexton Protestant. You know, a WASP.
A WASP, Mass. You're a Mormon like me.
Well, sure I am, but I'm also a wasp. Look, I like fishing for whitefish, hence I'm a white angler. I'm a hit with the ladies, you know, so that's a sexton. And I ain't paid my taxes in over 20 years. I'm a tax protestant, a wasp.
Tax protestant mass. You, my friend, are just too cheap to pay your tax. Ow!
Hey, what happened there, LeGrand? You okay?
I tripped on that crack in the sidewalk. I almost fell on my ass.
All right, it's time to award Boner of the Day.
And it's, that was interesting. And it's brought to you in part by brisket and potato latkes.
And winter is here. Stop by your local Big O for the best savings and selection on winter tires. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
So there was boner candidate number one. Because we need to punish them. There could be no other explanation for why the Utah State Legislature says every teacher in Utah should get a bonus because they've put their lives on the line. They've worked harder than ever. Oh, except for those Salt Lake City School District teachers, they haven't. They never went back into the classroom. They've just been teaching online. They don't get one.
It's just the worst.
Going up against number two, let's get them infected. A Trump administration official, a so-called science advisor, urging early on during the pandemic, we got to get young people infected. Get them all infected so that we can develop herd immunity.
Yeah.
And the winner is pretty close, actually.
Really?
Yeah, by 10 votes, I think. Number one, because we need to punish them.
All right, so there you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today. That is the 17th of December. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. The last Boner of the Week of the year will be awarded tomorrow by Dave the Flower Guy. Something I left out of Geek News that I meant to get to.
Yeah.
And it was met with much rejoicing in our house last night. Roku, if you use a Roku to get your TV, they have finally struck a deal with HBO Max. You haven't been able to get HBO Max on your Roku up until sometime today. It may be right now, but sometime today they finally made the deal that HBO Max can go on your Roku.
I just got the.
There was one other one that said they were going to carry it too, and I can't remember.
I don't have that one. I only have HBO Max. Yes,
so I have Xfinity, and you can get HBO Max on Xfinity, and I finally got it. So, because Carrie talked me into watching the Bee Gees documentary, I got it for the Bee Gees.
Now, the way we do it to watch HBO Max on Xfinity is with using our phones and Google Cast. Is that how you did it?
No, I just watched it on my phone. But
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it doesn't come through the X1 quite yet. They're still working on that deal, but Roku's got it. So the Bee Gees documentary?
I liked it.
Well, yeah, but
I loved all the old-timey radio stuff in it. All the footage of...
But now that you've seen that...
Yeah.
Do you agree with me that
we're horrible people. Yes,
But we can but also look at the power of our medium to do good or bad. But in this case, perhaps it was bad, even though we thought it was just fun and silly at the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, yeah.
Why did you? So what Carrie's talking about is there's a whole bit in there about how radio, particularly Steve Dahl in Chicago at the Loop, this is the radio station, attacked disco. Disco sucks. Disco sucks. Disco sucks. And that influenced my thinking. I remember thinking, yeah, he's right. Disco does suck. It's because it doesn't have guitars and it doesn't have drums and it doesn't have, and they don't play their own music and any number of reasons. But then when I started actually listening to disco music, I kind of sort of went, well, wait a minute, some of this is pretty good, really. But so I don't know why.
Have you watched the documentary?
No.
Okay.
So that's why I want you to explain it a little more to me. Why?
Well, I haven't been saying anything because I didn't want to spoil it for you. But really, the Disco Sucks movement was shrouded in white male privilege and homophobia and anti-women. And that's really what it was. When Gary Meyer said, bring your disco records to get into this event.
That was Steve Dahl's partner.
Yes, Steve Dahl was the one who I get them mixed up, sorry.
Steve Dahl and Gary Meyer.
When he said, bring your disco records to get into the event, there were people on staff who said that 90% of the records that were brought were not disco records, but they were black records.
Disco was a preferred genre of music for the gay community. That's where it was born, is in the clubs and discos.
The gay community, the black community, and women. And so it was really an anti-all of them movement. It wasn't a we hate this music movement. It was shrouded in this white male privilege, and we didn't recognize it at the time. We were just looking at it as just this funny thing, But really, again, I admire the power of our medium. And what we do to motivate people, and I see that with The Road Home, but we need to be motivating them
for good.
For good instead of evil. And then, as the document points out, how that changed the music industry at that time, and pop culture and American culture at the time, because of one loudmouth twerp of a DJ.
So are you saying, Carrie, that you would like radio to do things that were influence people for good causes? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, but remember, it's radio.
Well, I equate it to a superpower. With great power comes great responsibility,
which we will never ever exercise correctly because we're radio.
See, that's why when I watch this, I'm conflicted. I'm completely conflicted about the job that I do for a living.
Because one of the reasons they were so off the Bee Gees was because they were so popular. They had like 5 songs in the top 20, and the DJs were like, "Oh my, that's all we do is play Bee Gees songs." Well, that's what people wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Those were the 5 most popular songs in the country. The other thing I liked about it,
how come we don't play any of those songs that people want to hear? Why don't we do that?
You haven't been listening, have you?
The other thing I thought was really interesting is the birth of sampling.
Yeah.
Where they took the drummer and it was on Jive Talkin', he had laid down some initial tracks, and then his mom got sick and he had to go to back to England, and they're like, well, what are we going to do? We lost our drummer. And the producer was like, hey, I wonder if we just take this little bit that he did and repeat it over and over. Nobody had ever done that before. I thought that was fascinating.
And Carrie, I have been listening. As we have noted before, we do not play the mainstream music that everybody wants to hear.
We play the alternative popular music.
Only the kids with green hair want to hear.
It's not as popular, but it's still the top of the pops, top of the charts. All right, let's take a break. We'll be back. Manscaped.com is the website to go to.
Clean up your act. If you go to that website, manscaped.com, there's all kinds of grooming products and accessories for men and to scape their manhood. That's basically what you're doing. There are trimmers. There are nose hair. There's a great nose hair trimmer there. There's a clipper which is good for trimming your personal hair. And this is really a good trimmer because it's got it's waterproof for one thing, which is terrific, and it's got a light on it. So if you go to manscaped.com, maybe you're looking for a Christmas present, last-minute Christmas present for the man in your life. Go there, use the promo code X96. You will get 20% off. You'll get free shipping when you use that code X96 at manscaped.com, and then you can call us and thank us because we told you about Manscaped. Recently on the Rachel Ray Show, she was promoting her new fragrance, which she calls Fancy. It's $85. She sprayed some in the air and then started naming all the benefits. The main one was that it allows you to fart and nobody can smell it.
That's a selling point.
That's what she said. She said if you're in an elevator and you're wearing this perfume.
She's a classy one.
Do they have a guy's version? Because, boy, I tell you, I'm holding...
You want to wear something called Fancy?
I'm holding one back right now, and I don't want to...
Go ahead.
I don't want to hurt you guys.
Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No.
Go on.
Why?
Do it.
Go
do
outside.
It. Come on,
Don't.
chicken. Come on, do it.
Don't.
Do it.
Not chicken. I'm just not sure you really want
Do
that.
it.
Why do you want him to do that?
Do it. I don't believe him. I don't believe he's holding one.
I believe he always has one ready.
And I don't believe...
I believe he
Just put the microphone down
there. Don't do it. I'll leave the room.
And I don't believe it's going to be as bad as you say.
What, you weren't serious?
That's the lowest we have ever sung on the radio.
And I didn't even go all the way.
Oh, man.
There's more.
That's dangerous. Yeah, he did. I made him. I made him.
You know how I am with peer pressure. Here, Carrie, have a drink. Here, Carrie, fart. You know, pull my finger. Listen, it started when I was a kid. It started when I was a kid. My dad used to make me pull his finger.
He did. I don't smell anything. Seems fine.
It'll circulate.
Will it?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe we better take a break.
I haven't been eating much meat lately, so.
Oh, jeez. Well,
You know, for someone that just tuned into this show for the first time,
I know
just
they
now,
we don't usually do that.
We've lost them forever.
Usually,
really?
You know, we're.
Do you think you don't think that they could forgive us just this one?
I can't forgive you.
Now, long-time listeners of the Radio from Hell show, if you'd like to call us now.
Listen, I was goaded into it.
I did.
Hope
I
you're
pushed
both
him.
happy.
He was calling me names. He was pointing at me.
I pushed him. It's a good thing there wasn't a cliff.
I'm glad we don't have a sponsor for the boner right now.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we'll ever have
Nope.
one either after that. Oh, my God.
He made me. All right. Uh-oh.
Weather?
Somebody just texted and says, well, that's why you guys have a new three-year contract.
And Sue just texted in, I am so proud to be your wife
Your bags
right now.
are on the porch.
I also just got a texter that says, I can smell it from here.
It really is bad.
Is it?
Well, I've been holding it all morning. I haven't had a chance to leave.
I know what that's like.
I figured I'd be fine until, at 10.
Yeah.
I really started to kink up, and then you talked about that perfume.
Oh, God, I can't believe you did that.
Now, listen, how do you guys know it wasn't just a recording of a fart?
It wasn't. He put the
Shut up.
microphone down.
Shut up. It could have just been a recording of a fart. You don't know.
You don't, but I'm here to tell you it was.
Well, see, these guys are selling it. They're acting.
Nope. That was real.
Oh, man.
Great.
Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Don't.
Yeah, it was. It was real.
Told you.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to do it,
No.
too.
No.
All right.
I don't have one, or I might.
Is it like yawning? It just, when somebody does it, everybody
It's
just
contagious.
No.
just
I
jumps
got.
in and...
No.
Okay. All right.
It's one of the most hotly debated public lands issues of the past several decades. The reintroduction of the gray wolf into Yellowstone National Park. Now, a similar controversy is brewing in Utah's state capital. Tonight on PBS, Frontline looks at the movement to reintroduce penguins into Salt Lake City. As recently as 40 years ago, Magellanic penguins roamed free in the tree-lined neighborhoods of Salt Lake's Avenues district. The flightless birds had few natural enemies, and their huge flocks were a common sight. But unrestricted hunting, family pets turned predator, and encroaching civilization all took their toll on these funny, waddling creatures, and they eventually became extinct in Salt Lake City. Join Frontline correspondents as they talk to the old-timers who still remember what it was like when penguins walked the Avs.
Okay, 9:54. Wow.
Taking my blood pressure here.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I had one of those little blood pressure cuffs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It works really well. I'm amazed.
Are you having an issue right now, or is this something you're just keeping track of?
Well, let's see. There it is. It's the blood pressure cuff. Let's see.
Mm.
It's something that I've been kind of keeping track of.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Well, that's not bad. 136/76.
No, that's not
That's
bad.
not horrible.
Yeah.
Yesterday, for some reason, I got a reading, like you're supposed to do it 3 times, and then it'll give you the average.
Mm-hmm.
177 over like 80 or something like that. I almost called an ambulance.
Were you feeling?
I was feeling kind of, I wasn't feeling well. So. But this is, 136 over.
That's weird though. That you have, if you go to x96.com/live, Bill can show you. It just is on your wrist. It doesn't go up. I thought it had to go up
Up
on
here
your
in the bicep, I
yeah.
thought.
No, that's the traditional way. They came up with these. These are more. And I asked the doctor. I said, "Are these little cuff ones? Are they as accurate?" And he said, "Yeah, pretty much." They like I go to the doctor's office. They still do it the really old-fashioned way, using the stethoscope to listen. Most places, like hospitals, don't even do that anymore. They hook you up to an electric one, but they still do it on the upper arm. But the cuff works well. So 136/76. I'll take note of that.
I bought a pulse oximeter.
Is that for oxygen level?
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah,
tuck that away just in case.
They're cheap too, aren't they? They're like $10.
Well, yeah. No, they're like $15, but that's to check your oxygen level. And I still don't know how it works because you just put it on your finger, and how can that tell how much oxygen you have in your blood? It's like magic. I don't know.
So how are you oxygenated?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I just because we've heard stories of people that feel sick and they get a negative COVID test and they can't figure it out, and then they check their oxygen level and it's low, and finally that is the thing that makes them, okay, I guess we'll go to the hospital because my oxygen's low. So it's just tucked away just in case.
This also gives you your pulse too. My pulse was 53. I don't know if that's good or bad.
I bought a
think you're
GPS.
alive.
I bought a GPS tracker for my dog.
Oh yeah, we used to put one of those
Your
on
dogs
Grandpa.
Wait, your dogs don't go anywhere.
Well, just in case.
In case. I know exactly why he did it. Now, we used to put one on Grandpa, but Grandpa wandered. It was weird.
On the rare occasion when the gate broke and they got out, Hudson's a little more frightened of exploring, where Ripley, damn it, I'm going to follow up to where that bark up the street has been coming from because these people need to be stopped.
Yeah.
I'm going to go investigate.
She's the one that we really need it for. Anyway, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Only 3 more shows before our holiday break, but don't fret, we're still here for Friday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7 a.m., we have our last Real Housewives of Salt Lake update with Victoria. Are you all caught up?
And because Christmas is next week, we're extending Have Another Drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy, starting at 7:45, featuring a Robert Mondavi Winery and Mount Veeder Winery.
We'll even take your call-ins with Jimmy if you need some help with a boozy gift idea at 8:45. Mayor Wilson will join us for the last Salt Lake update of 2020.
And speaking of boozy gift ideas, why don't you just join us for the final Friday Radio from Hell show of 2020 on X96.
All right. I guess that's good.
People are reporting that they, since they've been working from home, they're doing more day drinking.
What a surprise.
It's 10:05, you know.
You know, they got
no,
these...
we have work to do, Bill. We have more work.
They got these pre-canned Bloody Marys at the liquor store. It's all, booze and everything inside of a can.
Are they good?
Sue says they are. I take her word for it.
I like Bloody Marys.
All right. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Yeah, it's a hell cave.
Fine job, Katie. Thank you. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
X96.